Warning: the case you're about to hear was recovered from the restricted British Museum archive. Its contents have never been authorised for public release. Proceed at your own discretion. The British Museum. Sub-Basement 3. Department of Anomalous Antiquities. My name is Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Senior Archivist, Custodian of Restricted Collections. What you are about to hear has been recovered from sealed files, letters, journals, and testimonies once thought too disturbing for public record. Every statement you hear is drawn from Britain's forgotten centuries, the whispered history that hides between faith and fear. These are the National Occult Archives, filed, preserved, never closed. The following document was never intended for public release. Case file NOA 1427D. Classification: Testimony of Brother Witness. Date of statement: 19th April 1427. Location: Whitby Abbey, North Yorkshire, England. Author: Brother Edmund Harwell. Scribe testimony: regarding the possession at Dornwalter, Brother Edmund Harwell, scribe of this monastery, do testify about the possession of Brother Thomas Ashford. It began 3 mornings past. Brother Thomas attended matins as was customary. He knelt in prayer beside me in the chapel. The dawn light filtered through our narrow windows. Without warning, Thomas collapsed forward onto the stone floor. His body convulsed with terrible violence. I called for Father Prior immediately. 3 brothers rushed to assist me. We could not hold Thomas still despite our combined strength. His eyes rolled backward, showing only white. From his throat came words in perfect Latin, not prayers we knew, but ancient verses spoken in a voice not his own. The voice was deep and resonant, unlike Thomas's usual speech. It declared itself bound to this place by old rituals. It spoke of blood spilled in the crypts below. It claimed this abbey was built upon unhallowed ground. Father Prior commanded it to depart in Christ's name. The entity laughed through Thomas's twisted mouth. It said no prayers could release what was anchored here. Thomas's body arched impossibly backward. His fingers clawed at the stone until they bled. The Latin phrases continued without pause for breath. I recognized fragments about eternal servitude and dark pacts. After 2 hours, Thomas suddenly fell silent and limp. We carried him to the infirmary. He woke with no memory of the episode, but each dawn since, at the exact moment of sunrise, it returns. Thomas speaks the same Latin verses with that terrible voice. He describes things hidden in our walls that we dare not verify. Yesterday, he revealed the location of bones beneath the altar. We found them exactly where he indicated. Small bones, children's bones. The entity claims 13 more remain undiscovered throughout the abbey. It speaks through Thomas every morning without fail. Brother Edmund Harwell, scribe, Whitby Abbey, North Yorkshire, 19th April, 1427. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Whitby Abbey, records confirm the discovery of remains beneath the altar in 1427. Brother Thomas Ashford vanished from historical records 6 weeks after this testimony. The morning possessions reportedly continued until his disappearance. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. Case file NOA 1658M. Classification: Constable's Report. Date of statement: 2nd November 1658. Location: Sherwood Forest, Nottinghamshire, England. Author: Constable William Merrick. Official report concerning the forest encounter. I, Constable William Merrick, do record my encounter in Sherwood Forest on the night of All Souls. My patrol route crosses the old hunting paths. The moon was full and bright above the trees. I entered the forest at 10 o'clock by church bells. The path was clear and familiar to me. I had walked it hundreds of times without incident. Near the ancient oak marked with the sheriff's seal, I saw movement ahead. A figure stood motionless in the center of the path. I called out, identifying myself as constable. The figure did not respond or acknowledge my presence. I approached with my lantern raised high. The figure appeared to be a man in clothing from centuries past. His garments were those of a medieval huntsman, leather tunic and woolen hose in styles not worn for 300 years. His face was pale as moonlight itself. I demanded he state his business in the king's forest after dark. He turned to look directly at me. His eyes were completely black from edge to edge. No white showed at all. He raised one arm and pointed deeper into the woods. Then he opened his mouth as if to speak. No sound emerged, but I felt cold air rush past me. The temperature dropped so suddenly my breath showed white. He began walking into the darkness between the trees. Not on any path, but straight through brambles and undergrowth. I followed for perhaps 20 paces. He moved without disturbing a single branch. The vegetation remained still as he passed through it. I stopped when I realized his feet made no sound on the fallen leaves. My boots crunched loudly with each step, but his passage was silent. He continued onward until the darkness swallowed him completely. I searched the area until dawn broke. No footprints marked the soft earth where he had walked. I have patrolled Sherwood for 12 years. I know every man who lives within 10 miles. That figure was not among them. I have seen him 3 more times since, always near the ancient oak, always pointing into the dark woods, always silent and cold. Constable William Merrick, Sherwood Forest, Nottinghamshire. 2nd November, 1658. Archive note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Multiple constable reports from Sherwood between 1650 to 1720 describe similar encounters near the marked oak. Medieval hunting records mention a gamekeeper who disappeared in those woods in 1342. The figure continues to be cited regularly. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. Case file. NOA 1789K. Classification. Physician's account. Date of statement. 21st March, 1789. Location. Thornfield Manor, Derbyshire, England. Author, Dr. Robert Blackwood. Physician medical account of unexplained phenomenon. Dr. Robert Blackwood, physician to the Thornfield estate, do account for the manifestation witnessed in the East Wing. I was summoned to attend Lady Margaret Thornfield at midnight. The servants reported she had taken ill suddenly. I arrived within the hour with my medical bag. The butler led me through the manor's darkened corridors. We approached the East Wing where Lady Margaret's chambers were located. A cold draught met us at the corridor entrance. Every candle in the hallway had extinguished simultaneously. The butler relit them with trembling hands. We proceeded toward her ladyship's door. Ahead, in the passage, something moved. A figure in white glided past the far window. It moved without touching the floor. The hem of its gown floated inches above the carpet. I called out, thinking perhaps it was a sleepwalking servant. The figure stopped and turned slowly toward us. It was a woman with long dark hair covering her face. Her gown was of old fashion, decades out of style. She raised both hands to her head. With deliberate slowness, she pulled the hair aside. Where her face should have been, there was only shadow, a void where features ought to exist. The butler dropped his candle and fled. I stood frozen as she drifted closer. No footsteps sounded on the wooden floor. She passed within 3 feet of me. The cold was so intense my breath froze in the air. She continued down the corridor and turned into the library. I followed despite my fear. Professional duty compelled me forward. The library door stood open. Inside, I found no trace of her. The room was empty and still. Lady Margaret's maid found me there minutes later. She reported her mistress had recovered suddenly and needed no physician. I have attended Thornfield Manor for 15 years. I know its history well. The previous Lady Thornfield died in that corridor 30 years ago. She was found at dawn with her hair covering her face. No cause of death was ever determined. Since that night, I see her weekly during my visits. Always in the east corridor, always faceless beneath her hair, always silent and cold. Dr. Robert Blackwood, physician, Thornfield Manor, Derbyshire, 21st March, 1789. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft Estate Records confirm the death of Eleanor Thornfield in 1759. Dr. Blackwood's medical journals, recovered from Derbyshire archives, contain 17 subsequent entries describing the same apparition. The east wing remains unoccupied. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. Case file. NOA 153 Tesong. Classification. Cathedral record. Date of statement. 15th December, 1534. Location. Winchester Cathedral, Hampshire, England. Author, Canon Richard Ashby. Record of the crypt disturbances. Canon Richard Ashby. Do record the persistent disturbances occurring beneath our cathedral. The sounds began 4 weeks past on the feast of St. Lucy. They emerged from the ancient crypt at midnight each night. I descended alone to investigate on the first occurrence. The stone steps are worn smooth by centuries of use. 43 steps lead down into darkness. My torch cast dancing shadows on the walls. The crypt contains tombs of bishops dating to Norman times. I reached the bottom and stood among the monuments. Silence filled the chamber. Then I heard it, a slow, rhythmic tapping on stone. Tap, tap, tap. It came from the eastern wall where Bishop Athelstan rests. I approached his tomb with my light held high. The tapping grew louder as I neared. It seemed to come from within the solid stone. I placed my palm against the bishop's effigy. The tapping stopped instantly. Then it resumed from the opposite wall. Tap, tap, tap. I crossed the crypt to investigate. Again, it ceased when I approached. It began anew from behind me. This continued for perhaps half an hour. The tapping moved from tomb to tomb, always stopping when I drew near, always resuming elsewhere in the crypt. I attempted to pray over the disturbance. My words echoed strangely in the chamber. They seemed to fade before reaching the ceiling. The tapping increased in speed and volume. It came from multiple locations simultaneously, from every tomb at once, a cacophony of stone striking stone. I fled up the stairs in terror. The sounds followed me to the cathedral floor above. I heard them clearly through the crypt entrance. They continued until the first bell of matins at dawn. Every night since, the tapping returns precisely at midnight. It persists until sunrise without variation. 6 of our brothers have descended to investigate. All report identical experiences. The sounds move and multiply. They cannot be stopped or traced to any single source. Last night, the tapping began spelling patterns, rhythms that seem deliberate and communicative. We dare not decipher what message they contain. Canon Richard Ashby, Winchester Cathedral, Hampshire, 15th December, 1534. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Winchester Cathedral's Night Watch logs document unexplained sounds in the crypt continuing intermittently until 1847. Modern acoustic analysis found no structural explanation. Several bishops' tombs were opened in 1923, revealing evidence of premature burial. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. Case file NOA 1622P. Classification: Parish priest testimony. Date of statement: 8th October 1622. Location: St. Mary's Church, Cumbria, England. Author: Father Andrew Weston. Testimony: regarding young Catherine Morris I. Father Andrew Weston, parish priest of St. Mary's, do testify about the possession of Catherine Morris, aged 12 years. Catherine's mother brought her to the church 3 days past. The child had ceased speaking to her family. She would only whisper in corners when left alone. I agreed to offer prayers for the child's recovery. Catherine sat before me in the vestry, appearing quite normal. Her mother departed, leaving us to pray privately. I began the Lord's Prayer in English. Catherine interrupted in flawless Latin. Dominus regnat in tenebris. The Lord reigns in darkness. I had not taught this child Latin. Her family were simple farmers with no education. I asked in Latin where she learned these words. She replied in the same tongue, speaking rapidly and precisely. She recited verses I recognized from forbidden texts, passages about ancient things that dwell beneath church foundations. Her voice changed as she spoke. It became lower and resonant beyond her years. Her eyes never blinked during the entire recitation. I commanded the presence to identify itself. Catherine's mouth smiled, but her eyes remained empty. Nos sumus qui semper fuimus. We are who we have always been. She stood and walked to the church wall. She placed her small hand against the ancient stone. Su petra et ossa. Beneath stone and bones. I attempted the ritual of exorcism. Catherine laughed with that adult voice. She spoke of 13 children buried in unhallowed ground. She described their deaths in terrible detail. She said they called to her from beneath the church itself. She claimed they wanted her to join them below. The possession lasted 2 hours. When it released her, Catherine collapsed unconscious. She woke remembering nothing. But the next night, she walked in her sleep to the church. We found her at dawn digging at the foundation with her bare hands. Her fingers were bloody and torn. She had uncovered human remains. Small bones, very small. Catherine's mother has taken her far from this parish. But each night since, I hear Latin whispers in the empty church. Voices of children speaking from beneath the floor. They repeat Catherine's words. Sub petra et ossa, beneath stone and bones. Father Andrew Weston, parish priest, St. Mary's Church, Cumbria, 8th October, 1622. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, parish records, indicate St. Mary's was built on the site of a medieval orphanage that burned in 1312. Catherine Morris and her family disappeared from church registers after October 1622. Foundation excavations in 1891 revealed remains of 14 children. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. Case file NOA 1745W. Classification: Hunter's statement. Date of statement: 3rd February 1745. Location: The New Forest, Hampshire, England. Author: Thomas Blackthorne. Gamekeeper. Statement concerning the woodland entity. I, Thomas Blackthorne, gamekeeper to Lord Ashford's estate. Do state what I witnessed in the New Forest depths. I entered the woods before dawn to check my traps. The snow lay thick upon the ground. My route took me past the old hanging tree. They executed highwaymen there a century past. The tree stands gnarled and dead in a small clearing. As I approached, I noticed tracks in the fresh snow. Barefoot prints leading to the tree. Human prints, but wrong somehow. The toes were too long and spread too wide. I followed them with my rifle ready. They circled the hanging trees 7 times. Then they stopped beneath the lowest branch. No tracks led away from that spot. I searched the area thoroughly. The snow was undisturbed in all directions. Nothing could have left without marking the surface. I examined the tree itself. On the trunk, scratched into the bark, were fresh marks. Words carved recently despite the tree's long death. Waiting here. The letters were crude but deliberate. I touched the carvings with my gloved hand. They were sticky with something dark. Blood, I realized with horror. Fresh blood freezing in the morning cold. A sound came from above me. Breathing, slow and labored breathing from the branches overhead. I looked up into the dead tree skeleton. Something crouched among the bare limbs, pale as the snow itself, impossibly thin with elongated limbs. Its face turned toward me, eyes like holes in parchment, mouth open showing too many teeth. It did not move or attack. It simply watched me with those empty eyes. I backed away slowly. My rifle remained pointed at the thing. It never shifted position. When I reached the clearing's edge, I ran. I did not stop until I gained the forest road. I reported the incident to Lord Ashford immediately. He organized a search party of 12 men. We returned to the hanging tree at noon. The barefoot tracks remained clear in the snow. The bloody carvings were still fresh on the bark, but nothing sat in the branches above. We found it elsewhere, 20 yards into the dense woods, crouched beside a hollow log, watching us. We fired 17 shots. Every ball struck its pale body. It never moved or cried out. After the final shot, it simply stood upright. Then it walked deeper into the trees. It moved impossibly fast despite its wounds. We did not follow. I have been gamekeeper here for 23 years. I know every creature that dwells in these woods. That thing is not among them. I see it occasionally still, always near the hanging tree, always watching, always waiting. Thomas Blackthorne, gamekeeper, the New Forest, Hampshire. 3rd February, 1745. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Multiple gamekeepers and foresters reported similar encounters near the old execution site between 1745 to 1802. Local folklore speaks of a condemned man who cursed the forest before hanging. No satisfactory explanation exists for the entity's persistence. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. Case file NOA1808H. Classification: Asylum Doctor's Notes. Date of statement: 17th May 1808. Location: Bedlam Royal Hospital, London, England. Author: Dr. Henry Whitmore, physician. Medical notes on patient 7 in ward sequence. Dr. Henry Whitmore, senior physician. Do note the peculiar case of patient 7. He was admitted 6 months past in a state of profound terror. His family found him catatonic in their cellar. He spoke no words for the first 3 months of confinement. He sat motionless in his cell, staring at the eastern wall. His eyes followed something we could not see, back and forth across the wall at regular intervals. I attempted various treatments without success. Leeches, cold baths, and bloodletting produced no change. He remained fixated on that empty wall. 2 weeks ago, something shifted. Patient 7 began speaking at last, but not to any living person. He addresses the wall in whispered conversations. He asks questions and waits for replies we cannot hear. He nods as if receiving answers. His side of the dialogue is coherent and rational. He inquires about conditions beyond death. He asks about pain in the afterlife. He questions whether they are cold where they reside. I have observed him for hours attempting to understand. His eyes track a figure moving along the wall. He watches it pace back and forth without rest. Yesterday, I asked him what he sees. He turned to me with lucid eyes. "The tall man in black," he whispered. "He has no shadow, though the lamplight strikes him clear. He walks the wall each night counting my heartbeats. When he reaches the final number, I will go with him." Patient 7 refuses to sleep now. He claims sleeping hastens the count. The orderlies report he remains awake for days, yet he shows no signs of exhaustion or madness beyond this fixation. This morning, I entered his cell at dawn. Patient 7 was speaking urgently to the wall. "Please," he begged the empty plaster, "recount from the beginning. I was not ready yet. Please start over." He turned to me with tears streaming. "Dr. Whitmore," he said calmly. He has stopped counting. "We have reached the end of numbers. Patient 7 died that afternoon. No medical cause could be determined. His heart simply ceased beating at precisely 3 o'clock. The orderly who found him reported something strange. The wall above Patient 7's bed was scratched. Countless tally marks carved into the plaster. Thousands upon thousands of marks. Too many to count in the 6 months of his confinement. We attempted to cover them with fresh plaster. By morning, the marks had reappeared through the new surface. We painted over them. They bled through the paint. Cell 7 remains empty now. No patient will accept assignment there. They all report seeing the tall man in black, pacing the wall, counting, always counting. Dr. Henry Whitmore, physician, Bedlam Royal Hospital, London, 17th May, 1808. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Bedlam, records document 7 patient deaths in cell 7. Between 1808-1823. All expired at 3 o'clock without medical explanation. The cell was sealed permanently in 1824. Modern researchers report persistent scratching sounds from behind the bricked-up entrance. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. Case file NOA1719B. Classification. Prison Warden's Log. Date of statement 11th November 1719. Location: Lancaster Castle Prison, Lancashire, England. Author: Warden Samuel Griggs. Official prison, log entry Y. Warden Samuel Griggs. Do log the disturbances occurring in cell block D. The knocking began on All Hallows Eve. It starts each night at precisely 9 o'clock. 3 knocks in steady succession. Then silence for exactly 1 minute. Then 3 more knocks. This pattern continues without deviation until dawn. The sound comes from within the stone walls themselves, not from any cell or corridor, from deep inside the solid rock. I first investigated with my night guards. We entered Block D armed with lanterns and clubs. The knocking echoed throughout the empty corridor. We placed our hands against the walls. I felt the vibrations clearly through the ancient stone. Knock, knock, knock. We traced the sound to the oldest section. This portion dates to medieval times. Here the castle served as both fortress and dungeon. Countless prisoners died in these cells over the centuries. The knocking seemed loudest near cell 17. A prisoner named William Harding occupied this cell. He was hanged 3 weeks past for murder. His body was removed and buried in unconsecrated ground, yet his possessions remain locked inside the cell. I ordered the cell opened for inspection. We found nothing unusual inside. His straw mattress lay undisturbed. His tin cup and plate sat in the corner. But as we stood within the cell, the knocking changed. It moved to directly beneath our feet. Knock, knock, knock. Rising from below the floor stones, we fled the cell immediately. Since that night, the pattern has evolved. The knocking is no longer limited to Block D. It travels through the prison walls. Guards report hearing it in the chapel. Prisoners hear it in the exercise yard. I heard it yesterday in my own office. 3 knocks within my desk drawer. I opened the drawer to find nothing displaced, but a cold mist rose from within. It smelled of earth and decay. The mist formed a shape momentarily, the shape of a man hanging by his neck. Then it dissipated into nothing. Last night, prisoners in Block D reported a new development. Between the knocking, they hear whispers, a voice speaking from the walls. 3 times I knocked. 3 times they did not answer. 3 times I shall knock forever. The prisoners refuse to sleep there now. They huddle together in the corridor until dawn. Even hardened criminals fear that relentless sound. I have contacted the bishop requesting consecration of the cells. He arrives tomorrow with holy water and prayers, but I doubt prayers will silence what knocks from beyond death. Warden Samuel Griggs, Lancaster Castle Prison. Lancashire, 11th November 1719 archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Lancaster Castle archives contain 47 separate reports of the 3 knocks between 1719 to 1867. Structural engineers found no explanation for the sounds. William Harding's execution records note he knocked 3 times on his cell door the night before hanging, begging for mercy. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. Case file NOA 1673V. Classification: Constable's account. Date of statement: 24th of August, 1673. Location: Epping Forest, Essex, England. Author: Constable Edmund Price. Account of the forest apparition. Why Constable Edmund Price? Do account for what I witnessed while patrolling Epping Forest Road. My rounds took me through the forest each Tuesday at midnight. The route passes the old crossroads where suicides were buried. Local custom dictated such burials occurred there until recent years. I carried my lantern and walking stick as always. The night was clear with good moonlight through the trees. I approached the crossroads at midnight by my watch. A figure stood at the junction of roads. A woman in a grey cloak facing away from me. I called out greeting, surprised to find anyone at that hour. She did not acknowledge my voice. I walked closer, my lantern raised. She remained perfectly still, not turning at my approach. I could see she wore clothing of old fashion. The style had not been common for 50 years at least. Her grey cloak reached the ground, hiding her feet. I addressed her again, asking if she required assistance. Still no response or movement. I reached out to touch her shoulder. My hand passed through her entirely. I felt nothing but cold air where solid flesh should have been. The woman slowly turned to face me. She had no features. Where her face should exist was only smooth skin. No eyes, no nose, no mouth. Just blank flesh from hairline to chin. Yet somehow, I knew she was looking at me, seeing me through that featureless surface. She raised one arm and pointed down the western road, the road leading deeper into the forest. Her finger remained extended, unmoving. I stepped backward in shock. My lantern slipped from my trembling hand. The light extinguished as it struck the ground. In the darkness I heard footsteps, multiple pairs of feet approaching from all four roads. They converged on the crossroads where I stood. I fumbled to relight my lantern with shaking hands. When the flame caught, I saw them. Dozens of figures in grey cloaks, all standing motionless around me, all facing the crossroads centre, all faceless like the woman. They formed a perfect circle with me trapped inside. I ran. I pushed past them and fled down the eastern road. Their forms were as insubstantial as mist. I felt only cold as I passed through them. Behind me, I heard no pursuit, but the sound of footsteps continued, all walking in unison toward the crossroads. I did not stop running until I reached the village. I reported the incident to the parish clerk. He consulted old burial records. 73 suicides were interred at that crossroads. 73 souls denied Christian burial. I refuse to patrol that route now. Other constables have taken my assignment. They all report seeing the grey figures, standing at the crossroads, pointing into the forest, always in the same direction. We sent a search party along the western road. They found a clearing half a mile into the woods. In the centre was a ring of stones, very old stones arranged in a perfect circle. 73 stones exactly. Constable Edmund Price Epping Forest, Essex, 24th August, 1673. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The Crossroads burial site was excavated in 1734 and remains removed to consecrated ground. Sightings of the grey figures ceased immediately after the reburial. However, hikers still report encountering the stone circle. Maps show no such formation in Epping Forest. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. Case file NOA1591L. Classification: Orphanage Director's Report. Date of statement: 5th January 1591. Location: St. Bartholomew's Orphanage, Yorkshire, England. Author: Mrs. Margaret Ashford. Director reported regarding the child in room 7. Mrs. Margaret Ashford, Director of St. Bartholomew's, do report the phenomenon concerning room 7. We house 43 orphaned children at present. The upper floor contains 12 sleeping chambers. Room 7 has remained empty for 2 months. No child will consent to sleep there. The trouble began when young Peter Watts occupied the room. He was 8 years old and newly arrived. We gave him room 7 as it had recently been vacant. Peter slept there without incident the first night. The second night, he came to my quarters at 3 in the morning. He was trembling and pale with terror. He claimed another child was in his room, a girl standing at the foot of his bed. I returned with him to investigate. The room was empty and undisturbed. I assured Peter no one else had access to his chamber. He agreed to sleep there again. The next morning, Peter was found unconscious on the floor. His face was deathly pale and his body cold as winter. Our physician revived him with difficulty. Peter refused to speak about what occurred. He would only repeat, "She won't stop staring." We moved him to a different room immediately. Room 7 remained empty for a week. Then we admitted Sarah Collins, aged 9 years. She needed a place to sleep, and room 7 was available. Sarah lasted 3 nights. On the third night, She woke screaming at 2 o'clock. The entire orphanage heard her cries. I ran to her room with 3 other staff members. Sarah stood on her bed, pressed against the wall. She pointed at the corner beside the wardrobe. "The girl!" she shrieked. "The girl is looking at me!" We saw nothing in the corner she indicated, but the temperature in that spot was freezing cold. Our breath showed white mist in that area alone. Sarah sobbed that the girl had long dark hair covering her face. She said the girl stood completely still, just watching, always watching. We moved Sarah immediately. Since then, 4 more children have attempted to sleep in room 7. All reported the same phenomenon. A girl standing motionless in the corner, long dark hair hiding her face, never moving, never speaking, simply watching through the night. Yesterday, I entered room 7 myself to investigate. I spent the entire night sitting in the darkness. I saw nothing unusual. But as dawn approached, I felt it, a presence standing in the corner. I could not see it, but I knew with absolute certainty someone was there, watching me. The cold emanated from that spot in waves. I forced myself to approach the corner. As I drew near, I heard breathing, slow, steady breaths from empty air. Then a child's voice whispered directly beside my ear, "Why did you leave me here?" I fled the room immediately. Room 7 is now locked and sealed. No child will enter it again. But at night, we hear footsteps inside, small footsteps pacing back and forth, and sometimes, pressed against the door from within, we hear breathing. Mrs. Margaret Ashford, Director, St. Bartholomew's Orphanage, Yorkshire, 5th January, 1591. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Orphanage records indicate a girl named Elizabeth Webb died in room 7 in 1587 from fever. She was 9 years old. Staff reported finding her body facing the wall, her hair obscuring her face. The orphanage closed in 1623. Room 7 remained sealed until demolition. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. Case file NOA 1726R. Classification: Hermit's Testament. Date of statement: 9th March 1726. Location: Northumberland Moors, England. Author: Brother Elred. Hermit Testament of the Voices in Darkness. Brother Elred, Hermit of Northumberland, do testify about the Latin whispers that plague my solitude. I have lived alone in this stone cell for 12 years. My hermitage sits upon the moors 5 miles from any village. I dedicated my life to prayer and contemplation. The silence of this place was once my comfort. That silence ended on the Feast of the Annunciation. I woke at midnight to the sound of whispering, voices speaking Latin in the darkness outside my cell. Multiple voices, perhaps 3 or 4. They spoke in perfect unison. The words were not prayers I recognized. They described things buried beneath the moor, things that should remain hidden. Sub terra et silentium. Beneath earth and silence. I rose from my bed and opened the door. The moor stretched empty under starlight. No living person stood outside my dwelling. Yet the whispers continued. They came from all around me, from the heather and the stones themselves. I called out demanding silence in Christ's name. The voices laughed. A hollow, echoing laughter. Then they resumed their Latin verses. They spoke of monks buried standing upright, 13 monks interred in unconsecrated ground. They described the location with precise detail, exactly 300 paces north of my hermitage, at the place where 3 stones form a triangle. I returned to my cell and bolted the door. The voices followed me inside. They whispered from the corners of my small room. Nos sumus tredicim. We are 13. Nos numquam dormimus. We never sleep. I prayed until dawn forced them to silence. But each night since, they return at midnight, always speaking in Latin, always describing their burial place. Last week, I could resist no longer. I took my spade and walked 300 paces north. I found the 3 stones arranged exactly as the voices described. I dug into the earth between them. 3 feet down, I struck something solid. Bones. Standing upright in the earth. A skeleton buried vertically with arms raised above its head. I filled the hole immediately and fled. But the voices that night were exultant. Invenisti unum. You found one. Duodecim permanent. 12 remain. They now tell me the locations of the others. Each night they give me new directions. North 40 paces from the first. East 60 paces from my door. South beside the dead tree. I have not dug again, but the voices grow more insistent. They whisper constantly now, not only at night, but during day as well. Even in bright sunlight, I hear them. Libera nos. Free us. Eripe nos de terra. Pull us from the earth. I am writing this testament because I feel myself weakening. The urge to dig grows stronger daily. Some dark compulsion pulls at my will. I fear I shall not resist much longer. If anyone finds this document, know that I did not yield willingly. Brother Aelred, Hermit, Northumberland Moors, 9th March, 1726. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Brother Aelred disappeared in April 1726. His hermitage was found empty with this testament sealed inside. Archaeological surveys of the area revealed 13 medieval skeletons buried vertically in a pattern matching the Latin descriptions. All were monks from a monastery disbanded in 1349. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. Case file NOA 1684F. Classification Merchant's Journal. Date of statement 17th June 1684. Location The Weald, Kent, England. Author Master John Fairfax, cloth merchant. Journal entry concerning the Dark Woods encounter. I, Master John Fairfax, cloth merchant of Canterbury, do journal my experience travelling through the Weald. I departed Tunbridge at first light bound for Hastings. My route required passage through the old forest road. The journey should have taken 6 hours by horseback. I entered the woods with the morning sun bright above. The path was clear and well maintained. I had travelled this road a dozen times without incident. An hour into the journey, I noticed the birdsong had ceased. The forest was utterly silent around me. Not even wind disturbed the leaves. My horse became nervous, tossing her head and snorting. I urged her forward with reassuring words. We continued another mile before she refused to proceed. She planted her hooves and would not be moved. I dismounted to lead her forward on foot. That is when I saw the figure ahead. It stood directly in the centre of the path. A tall shape draped in what appeared to be rotting cloth. The fabric hung in strips from its frame. Beneath the cloth, I could see something pale and wrong. Not human flesh, but something else entirely. The figure made no movement as I approached. I called out, asking it to clear the path. My voice sounded muffled, as if the forest absorbed the sound. The figure slowly turned its head toward me. Where its face should have been, there was only darkness, a void inside the hood of rotten cloth, but from that darkness came breathing. Slow, rasping breaths like something dying. My horse screamed and bolted backward. She ran 20 paces before I could stop her. When I looked again, the figure had moved. It now stood 10 feet closer. I had not seen it move. It simply appeared nearer, as if it had always been there. I mounted my horse and attempted to ride around the figure, but as we moved to circle past, it moved as well, always blocking our path, always facing me with that empty hood. I drew my pistol and fired directly at its chest. The ball struck true. I saw the cloth jerk from impact, but the figure did not fall or react. It continued standing motionless in the path. Grey smoke rose from the hole in its rotting wrappings. Not powder smoke, but something thicker and darker. The smoke formed shapes as it rose, faces screaming silently in the air, then dissipating into nothing. I turned my horse and fled back the way I came. The figure did not pursue, but I heard its breathing behind me for a full mile, that terrible, dying rasp following through the trees. I returned to Tunbridge by evening. I hired a guide and 6 armed men to escort me. We entered the forest the next morning. The figure was gone from the path, but in the exact spot where it had stood, the earth was scorched, a circle of dead grass and blackened soil. Nothing grows there still. I have made this journey monthly for 10 years. I always see the figure at least once, sometimes in the path, sometimes standing among the trees watching me pass, sometimes following behind just beyond clear sight. It never approaches closer than 10 feet. It never speaks or makes a sound beyond that breathing, but it is always there, waiting in the dark woods. Master John Fairfax, cloth merchant, The Weald, Kent, 17th June, 1684. Archive note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Multiple travellers reported similar encounters along that forest road between 1680 to 1750. Local records mention a plague burial pit in the Weald, circa 1350. Victims were buried wrapped in cloth. The figure ceased appearing after the road was rerouted in 1751. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. Case file NOA 1815J. Classification: Hospital Director's Record. Date of statement: 28th September 1815. Location: St. Thomas's Hospital, London, England. Author: Dr. William Ashford, Hospital Director. Record of the shadow in Ward 6-1. Dr. William Ashford, Director of St. Thomas's, do record the phenomenon occurring in Ward 6. The ward contains 20 beds for surgical patients. It occupies the oldest section of our hospital. These rooms have served the sick for 2 centuries. The shadow appeared 3 weeks ago on a moonless night. Night nurse Rebecca Mills reported seeing it first. She was attending a patient at 3 in the morning. A darkness moved along the far wall of the ward, not a shadow cast by any light source, but a shape of pure blackness moving independently. It glided past each bed in sequence, pausing briefly at the foot of each patient, then moving to the next. Nurse Mills watched it complete the circuit of all 20 beds. When it reached the final bed, it simply vanished. She reported the incident to me that morning. I suspected exhaustion or tricks of lamplight. But the same phenomenon occurred the following night, and every night since, without exception. Multiple nurses and attendants have witnessed it now. The shadow always appears at 3 o'clock precisely. It follows the same path along the wall. It pauses at each bed for exactly 30 seconds. The patients sleeping in those beds report similar dreams. They dream of a doctor in old-fashioned clothing. He stands at the foot of their bed observing them. His face is obscured by darkness. They cannot see his features clearly, but they feel him examining them with invisible eyes. Some patients wake during the shadow's passage. They report feeling intense cold. Their breath shows white in the air above their beds. The temperature returns to normal as soon as the shadow moves on. I stationed myself in Ward 6 last night to observe. I sat in the corner with a bright lamp beside me. At 3 o'clock, the shadow emerged from the eastern wall. It seemed to seep out of the plaster itself. A man-shaped darkness 6 feet tall, broader at the shoulders, narrower at the feet. It moved with deliberate purpose along the wall. I felt the cold intensely as it passed near me. My lamp dimmed despite having fresh oil and a good wick. The shadow stopped at each bed as reported. I could see it lean forward slightly, as if bending down to examine the patient more closely. At the 7th bed, a patient woke and screamed. He pointed directly at the shadow. "The doctor!" he cried. "The dead doctor is here!" The shadow paused longer at that bed. Then it continued its rounds without reaction. I attempted to approach it as it moved, but an overwhelming sense of dread stopped me. Not fear exactly, but a certainty that I should not interfere. The shadow completed its circuit and vanished into the western wall. I checked the hospital's historical records this morning. A surgeon named Dr. Thomas Blackwell worked here from 1654 to 1667. He made rounds at 3 o'clock every morning without fail. He examined every patient personally before dawn. Dr. Blackwell died of plague in Ward 6. He was making his morning rounds when the fever took him. He collapsed at the foot of the 7th bed, the same bed where last night's patient screamed. The shadow continues its rounds each night. We cannot stop it or drive it away. Patients no longer fear it, oddly. They say the dead doctor means no harm. He is simply continuing his duties, forever making rounds, forever checking on those in his care. Dr. William Ashford, Hospital Director, St. Thomas's Hospital, London, 28th September, 1815. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, hospital records document the shadow's appearance for 62 consecutive years. It ceased manifesting after Ward 6 was demolished in 1877. Several nurses claimed the shadow appeared during the ward's final night, seeming to observe the empty beds one last time. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. Case file NOA1578N. Classification: Nun's Confession. Date of statement: 1st December 1578. Location: Glastonbury Abbey, Somerset, England. Author: Sister Mary Whitmore. Confession regarding the Latin tongue. I, Sister Mary Whitmore, do confess the demonic possession that afflicts me. I am a simple woman of God. I entered this convent at the age of 14. I have lived here 20 years in prayer and devotion. I know no Latin beyond the basic prayers. Yet now I speak it fluently without conscious thought. The affliction began 1 month past during midnight prayers. I knelt in the chapel alone. My sisters had retired for the night. I was offering personal devotions to Our Lady. Suddenly, words poured from my mouth unbidden. Ego sum qui non habit. I am the one who did not leave. The voice was mine, yet not mine. The words were Latin I had never learned. I tried to stop speaking, but could not. More phrases emerged against my will. In istis parietibus ego maneo. In these walls I remain. Abatia cadet ego non. The abbey shall fall, I shall not. I fled the chapel in terror. In my cell, I attempted to pray in English, but only Latin came forth from my lips. Long passages describing the history of this place. Details I could not have known. I spoke of abbots dead 500 years. I described events from before the abbey's founding. I named monks buried in unknown graves. My sisters found me at dawn still speaking. Mother Superior summoned the bishop immediately. He arrived within 3 days to examine me. I spoke to him only in Latin. Complex theological arguments poured from me. Debates about ancient heresies, references to forbidden texts. The bishop performed the rite of exorcism. For 6 hours I spoke without pause, always in Latin, always describing this place. Ego sum fundamentum. I am the foundation. Ante ecclesiam ego eram. Before the church I was. Post ecclesiam ego ero. After the church I shall be. The Latin voice claims to be the spirit of the land itself. It says it existed before the Christians came. It says it shall remain after they depart. The exorcism failed completely. Since then, I cannot speak English at all. Only Latin emerges from my throat. My sisters must have others translate my words. I write this confession in English while I still can, but I feel the Latin spreading through my mind. Soon even my thoughts shall be in that ancient tongue. Last night during sleep, I walked to the abbey ruins. My sisters found me at dawn standing among the stones. I was speaking Latin to the empty air, holding conversation with things they could not see. They said my eyes were open but unseeing. I gazed at the ruins with a strange smile. Domus mea, I repeated. My house. My sisters report I now speak different languages, not just Latin, but older tongues they cannot identify. Words that sound like Latin, but are not. Languages dead before Rome itself was born. I am writing this final confession while clarity remains. Soon the English words will leave me entirely. I shall become only a vessel for ancient voices, speaking of things buried beneath these stones, things that claimed this ground long before Christ came to England. Sister Mary Whitmore, Glastonbury Abbey, Somerset. 1st December, 1578, archive note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Sister Mary Whitmore's subsequent writings exist only in Latin and unknown languages. Linguistic scholars identified fragments of pre-Roman British dialects in her later texts. She lived 40 more years, never speaking English again. Her grave at Glastonbury reportedly emanates faint whispers. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. Case file. NOA 1762C. Classification. Moorland Traveller's Account. Date of statement. 14th October 1762. Location. Dartmoor, Devon, England. Author. Captain Robert Sterling. Retired Officer. Account of the lights on the moor. Captain Robert Sterling, retired officer of His Majesty's Army. Do account for the lights I witnessed on Dartmoor. I was crossing the moor on horseback bound for Plymouth. The October night was clear with good visibility. I carried a strong lantern and knew the path well. I had served at Plymouth for 15 years and crossed this route monthly. The journey was familiar and presented no concerns. At 9 o'clock, I was 3 hours into my journey. The path stretched across opens, moorland, with no trees or structures. I noticed a light ahead in the darkness. A single glowing point hovering above the heather. It appeared blue-white, like starlight magnified. I assumed another traveller approached with a lantern. As I drew closer, the light began to move. It drifted away from the path into the open moor. I called out greeting to the traveller. No response came. The light continued moving away from me. It bobbed and weaved like a lantern carried by someone walking, but no figure was visible beneath the light, only the glow itself floating 3 feet above the ground. I stopped my horse to observe. The single light was joined by another, then another. Soon dozens of lights danced across the moor, all the same blue-white colour, all moving in patterns that seemed deliberate. They formed lines and circles. They rose high into the air, then descended again. They moved faster than any human could walk. My horse became agitated and tried to bolt. I dismounted to calm her. As I stood on the path, the lights changed direction. They began moving towards me, all of them converging on my position. Dozens of ghostly lights floating across the dark moor. I remounted quickly and urged my horse to run. The lights pursued. I could hear them behind me. Not a sound exactly, but a sensation of sound. A humming or buzzing that I felt rather than heard. It resonated in my chest and skull. The lights kept pace with my galloping horse. They surrounded me on all sides. Some passed directly over my head. When they passed close, I felt intense cold. My face and hands went numb where the light touched me. We ran for perhaps a mile. Then suddenly, the light stopped pursuing. They hovered at the edge of the path. Dozens of blue-white spheres watching me flee. I looked back once more before they vanished from sight. They had arranged themselves in a specific pattern, a perfect circle of lights on the dark moor. Then, as one, they all descended into the earth and disappeared. I reached Plymouth by midnight, my horse near collapse. I reported the incident to local authorities. They were unsympathetic to my account. The sergeant merely laughed and spoke of marsh gas and will-o'-wisps, but he avoided my eyes when he said it. I learned later that travellers vanish on that section of moor. 3 people disappeared there in the past year, all last seen following lights into the darkness. None were ever found. I have not crossed Dartmoor at night since. I take the longer coastal road regardless of weather or time. Some lights should not be followed. Some paths should not be walked. Captain Robert Sterling, retired officer, Dartmoor. Devon, 14th October 1762. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Dartmoor. Ghost lights have been reported for centuries. Geological surveys found no natural explanation for the phenomenon. Modern researchers documented similar lights as recently as 1963. The circular pattern described by Sterling matches ancient stone circles hidden beneath the moorland peat. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. Case file. NOA 164. 1S classification. Manor Staff Report. Date of statement. 7th July 1641. Location, Blackwood Manor, Cheshire, England. Author, Mrs. Eleanor Graves, housekeeper. Report of disturbances in the West Wing. Mrs. Eleanor Graves, housekeeper of Blackwood Manor, do report the disturbances plaguing the West Wing. I have served this household for 18 years. The manor has always been a peaceful residence, until 6 weeks past when Lord Blackwood ordered repairs to the West Wing. Workmen began removing old panelling from the library walls. Behind the panels, they discovered a sealed door. The door was not shown on any manor plans. It appeared to have been deliberately hidden. Lord Blackwood ordered the door opened immediately. Behind it lay a small windowless chamber. The room was perhaps 6 feet square. empty, except for scratches covering every surface. The walls, floor, and ceiling were scored with marks. Thousands of scratches carved deep into the stone. They formed no pattern or writing we could discern, just endless, desperate gouging. The workmen refused to enter the chamber. They claimed the air inside was wrong somehow. Lord Blackwood dismissed their concerns. He ordered the chamber cleaned and the door sealed again. That night, the sounds began. Scratching, coming from within the west wing walls. Slow, methodical scratching on stone. It started at midnight and continued until dawn. Every servant in the manor heard it clearly. The scratching seemed to move through the walls, following the corridors, tracing the paths between rooms. We attempted to locate the source, but whenever we approached, the scratching moved elsewhere. It stayed always just beyond reach. The sounds grew worse each night, louder and more frantic, like fingernails desperately clawing at stone. 3 nights ago, we found new marks, fresh scratches on the inside of the sealed door, the same desperate gouging as in the hidden chamber. But these were made from inside the wall itself. We could see them appearing as we watched, invisible hands carving into the wood. The scratches spelled words, "Let me out." Lord Blackwood ordered the manor blessed by the local vicar. The vicar came yesterday with holy water and prayers. When he entered the west wing, he stopped suddenly. He claimed to feel a presence. Something trapped and desperate, something that had been walled up alive centuries ago. The vicar refused to proceed further. He fled the manor and will not return. Last night, the scratching reached the servants' quarters. My chamber is in the east wing, far from the sealed room. Yet at midnight, I heard scratching on my door. I opened it to find fresh marks carved into the wood. Words scratched from outside while I cowered within. I walk now. The scratching no longer stays in the walls. We hear it moving through the house freely, scratching on doors, on windows, on floors. Always that desperate, endless clawing. This morning, we found the sealed door open. No one had touched it. The locks and nails remained in place, but the door stood wide open nonetheless. The hidden chamber was empty, but the scratches on its walls had changed. They now formed a single phrase repeated endlessly, "Finally free." Mrs. Eleanor Graves, housekeeper, Blackwood Manor, Cheshire, 7th July 1641. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Blackwood Manor records indicate a servant disappeared in 1421 during renovation work. Contemporary accounts suggest he was accidentally sealed in walls. The manor was demolished in 1734 after being abandoned. Workers reported hearing scratching during demolition until the final stone fell. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. Case file NOA 1386Q. Classification: Village Priest's Record. Date of statement: 12th May 1386. Location: Salisbury Plain, Wiltshire, England. Author: Father Benedict Cole. Record of the child procession war. Father Benedict Cole, priest of St. Andrew's Parish. Do record what I witnessed upon Salisbury Plain. I was travelling to Amesbury on church business. The road crosses the plain near the ancient stones. Local people avoid that area after sunset. I dismissed such fears as peasant superstition. My journey required I cross at twilight. The sun was setting as I reached the stone circle. The great monuments rose dark against the orange sky. I heard singing, children's voices carrying across the empty plain. I stopped my horse to listen more carefully. The song was in Latin, a hymn we sing at funerals for the young. Requiem aeternam dona eis. Grant them eternal rest. I searched for the source of the voices. Then I saw them emerging from behind the stones. Children walking in single file. Perhaps 20 of them in a long line. They wore white burial shrouds. Their feet were bare despite the cold ground. They processed around the stone circle in perfect formation. Each child kept exactly the same pace. Their heads were bowed as if in prayer. The singing continued without pause or breath. I called out to them, asking who they were. Not one child looked up or acknowledged my presence. They simply continued their circuit of the stones. I dismounted and approached the procession. As I drew near, I saw their faces clearly in the fading light. Their eyes were closed, all of them. Every child walked with eyes shut tight. Yet they never stumbled or strayed from the path. They moved with absolute certainty around the ancient circle. I reached out to touch the nearest child's shoulder. My hand passed through empty air. The child was not substantial. I could see the grass behind her through her translucent form, yet their voices were clear and real. The Latin hymn filled the evening air. I backed away in shock. The procession continued undisturbed by my presence. Round and round the stones they walked, their bare feet making no sound on the earth, their burial shrouds stirring in a wind I could not feel. As darkness fell completely, they began to fade. The singing grew distant, though they remained visible. One by one, the children disappeared. The last child vanished as the final light left the sky. The plain fell silent. I remained there until the moon rose. No trace of the children could be found. No footprints marked the path they had walked. I returned to my parish and consulted old church records. In the year of our Lord 1286, exactly 100 years past, a plague struck our region. 23 children from surrounding villages perished. They were buried in unconsecrated ground. Too many dead for proper Christian burial. Their graves were unmarked near the ancient stones. The singing children appear each year on this date. 3 villagers have confirmed they see the same procession. Always at twilight. Always singing the funeral hymn. Always processing around stones older than our faith. Father Benedict Cole, Salisbury Plain, Wiltshire. 12th May 1386. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Archaeological surveys near Stonehenge uncovered a medieval plague pit in 1923. 23 child skeletons were identified. Local folklore maintains the singing procession continues annually. Modern visitors report hearing children's voices at twilight near the stones. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. Case file. NOA1757. M classification. Ship captain's log. Date of statement. 3rd September 1757. Location. Portsmouth Harbour, Hampshire, England. Author. Captain James Weatherby. Log entry regarding the drowned crew. I, Captain James Weatherby of the merchant vessel Prosperity, do log the appearance of my drowned crew. We sailed from London bound for the Mediterranean. Our crew numbered 38 men, including officers. We encountered a storm off the Cornwall coast. The tempest struck without warning on a calm afternoon. Waves 20 feet high battered our vessel. Lightning struck our mainmast, splitting it in two. 12 men were swept overboard in the chaos. We could not recover their bodies from the violent sea. Among the lost was my first mate, Thomas Reed. He had served with me for 8 years. A finer sailor never walked a deck. We limped into Portsmouth for repairs 3 days later. The surviving crew was shaken, but grateful to live. We secured the vessel and retired to rest. That night, I heard footsteps on deck above my cabin. The familiar sound of the watch making rounds. I thought nothing of it initially. Then I remembered we had set no watch that night. All hands were ashore or sleeping below. I rose and climbed to the deck. Moonlight illuminated the empty vessel. No one stood watch, yet I heard footsteps moving along the starboard rail. Clear as day, the sound of boots on wooden planks. I called out, demanding to know who walked my deck. The footsteps stopped directly in front of me, though I saw no one there. Then I heard his voice, Thomas Reed's voice. "Captain," he said clearly, "permission to come aboard." The voice came from empty air 3 feet before me. I stood frozen in terror. "Thomas?" I whispered. "Aye, Captain," came the reply. "The 12 of us have returned." I heard movement around me. Multiple sets of footsteps now, all walking the deck as they had in life, going about their duties unseen. I heard them securing lines that were already secure, adjusting sails that hung slack and furled, calling to each other in familiar voices. All 12 drowned men working my ship again. I fled below deck and woke the crew. 14 men came above with lanterns and weapons. The sounds ceased immediately when they arrived. The deck was empty and silent, but one sailor pointed to the wet planks. Puddles of seawater formed a trail across the deck. Footprints. 12 sets of wet footprints leading from the rail to various stations, as if 12 men had climbed dripping from the harbour. The footprints ended at the spots where each drowned man had worked. Reed's prints stopped at the helm where he always stood. We attempted to mop the water away. More seawater welled up through the solid deck, pooling in those 12 spots. By morning, the water had vanished. But that night, the footsteps returned. Every night since, we hear them. The drowned crew working the vessel, securing lines, adjusting rigging, calling orders. All invisible, but perfectly audible. The living crew has grown accustomed to the sounds. They no longer fear their dead companions. Some even speak to them as they work. The drowned men reply occasionally, always in their familiar voices, always discussing the ship's operation. They seem unaware they have perished. We completed our repairs last week. I should have sailed for Mediterranean waters, but I cannot crew this vessel properly now. 12 positions are filled by dead men. I cannot hire new sailors to replace them. The drowned crew refuses to leave their posts. Prosperity remains anchored in Portsmouth Harbour. I know not what to do. Captain James Weatherby, Portsmouth Harbour, Hampshire, 3rd September 1757. Archive note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The merchant vessel Prosperity never left Portsmouth Harbour. It rotted at anchor for 11 years. Harbour records note persistent complaints of voices and footsteps from the abandoned ship. The vessel sank at its mooring in 1768 during calm weather, taking no lives. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. Case file NOA 1493L. Classification: University Professor's Account. Date of statement: 27th January 1493. Location: Oxford University, Oxfordshire, England. Author: Professor Edmund Hartley. Scholar of Theology. Account of the Library Entity Y. Professor Edmund Hartley, Scholar of Theology at Oxford, do account for the presence haunting our library. I have studied at this university for 26 years. The library is my second home. I spend 12 hours daily among its ancient volumes. The collection contains manuscripts dating to Saxon times, Some texts are the only copies remaining in England. 3 weeks passed. I was researching late into the night. The library closes at 9 o'clock, but scholars of my rank have keys for private study. I was alone among the stacks reading by candlelight. The silence was complete and comforting. Then I heard pages turning. Someone was reading in the adjacent aisle. I assumed another scholar had entered for evening study. I called out greeting to my colleague. No response came, but the sound of turning pages continued. I rose to investigate. The adjacent aisle was empty. No person sat among the shelves, yet a book lay open on the reading table. A very old book. I recognized it as a 9th century Latin text on demonology, one of our most restricted volumes. It should have been locked in the special collection. I had not removed it from its case. The pages were turning by themselves. I watched as an invisible hand lifted each page. The movement was deliberate and careful. Each page was turned fully before the next, as if someone was reading intently. I reached out to close the book. My hand was knocked aside by unseen force. Not violently, but firmly. A clear message not to interfere. I backed away slowly. The page turning continued for an hour. I watched from a distance, too frightened to intervene. When the invisible reader reached the final page, the book closed itself. It slid across the table smoothly. Then it rose into the air, floating 3 feet above the wooden surface. The book drifted back toward the special collection. I followed it through the library. It navigated perfectly around pillars and furniture, moving with purpose toward its proper location. The locked case stood closed. The book passed through the solid glass door. I heard the sound of it settling onto its shelf inside. I have seen this phenomenon 7 times now. Always late at night when the library is empty. Always the same demonology text. Always read completely from first page to last. Last night, I stayed to witness it again. This time, I noticed something new. As the pages turned, I heard breathing, quiet and steady. The breath of someone concentrating deeply. I also noticed the candle flames. They bent away from the reading table, as if pushed by breath from someone seated there. After the book returned itself, I examined the reading chair. It was warm. The seat retained body heat, though no visible person sat there. I consulted the library records this morning. In 1387, a scholar named Brother William disappeared. He was last seen reading that exact demonology text. He never returned it to its case. The next morning, the book was found open on that same table. Brother William's body was never discovered, but his robes were found folded beside the reading chair, empty, as if he had simply vanished from within them. I believe Brother William still reads in our library, still studying that forbidden text night after night, unable to finish whatever research consumed him, trapped forever among the books he loved. Professor Edmund Hartley, Oxford University, Oxfordshire, 27th January 1493. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Oxford Library records document the invisible reader across 5 centuries. Security cameras installed in 1998 captured the demonology text moving independently on 7 occasions. The book's pages show wear patterns, consistent with repeated reading. Brother William's robes remain in university archives. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. Case file NOA1568D. Classification. Lighthouse Keeper's Report. Date of statement 9th November 1568. Location Beachy Head Lighthouse, Sussex, England. Author Robert Ashe, lighthouse keeper. Report on the woman at the window. 1. Robert Ashe, keeper of Beachy Head Light. Do report the woman who appears in my lighthouse window. I have tended this light for 9 years without incident. The lighthouse stands on the cliff overlooking the channel. It is a lonely post, but suits my temperament. I live alone in the keeper's quarters below the light. My duties require I climb the tower each evening. 83 steps lead to the lamp room at the top. I light the beacon at sunset and monitor it through the night. 6 days passed. I began my evening ascent. The stairs wind upward inside the tower walls. Small windows punctuate the stairwell every 12 steps. These windows face inland toward the village. As I climbed, I glanced out the third window. A woman stood outside. She pressed her face against the glass. Her hands were splayed on either side of her head. She stared directly at me with wide, desperate eyes. I stopped climbing in shock. The window is 40 feet above the cliff ground. No ladder or scaffolding provides access to that height. No person could stand outside that window. Yet she was there. Her breath fogged the glass. Her palms left marks where they pressed. I stared back at her, frozen in fear. She opened her mouth as if to scream, but no sound reached me through the thick glass. Her mouth gaped wider and wider, too wide for any human jaw. I fled up the remaining steps to the lamp room. My heart pounded as I lit the beacon with shaking hands. I forced myself to descend again an hour later. The third window was empty, but fog remained on the glass. 2 handprints were clearly visible in the condensation. Small handprints, a woman's delicate hands. I tried to convince myself I had imagined it. But the next evening, she appeared again. Same window, same desperate expression, same impossible position 40 feet above ground. This time I approached the window closely. I examined her features through the glass. She was young, perhaps 20 years. Her hair hung wet and tangled. Her clothing was sodden and torn. Water dripped from her constantly, yet she stood on empty air outside my window. I tried to speak to her through the glass. I asked what she wanted. She screamed silently, her mouth opening impossibly wide. Her eyes filled with tears that ran down her face. Then she began to fade, growing transparent before vanishing entirely. She has appeared every evening since, always at the third window, always at the same time as I climb to light the beacon. I have learned to hurry past without looking, but I hear her, now, tapping on the glass as I pass, desperate knocking from outside. Last night, I made the mistake of looking again. She was closer, her face pressed directly against the window, her features flattened by the pressure, her eyes rolled back showing only white, her mouth still open in that eternal silent scream. I ran to the lamp room and did not descend until dawn. This morning, I consulted village records. 20 years ago, a young woman named Sarah Ashe jumped from these cliffs. She was my predecessor's daughter. She had been with child, unwed and shamed. She threw herself from the cliff beside the lighthouse. Her body was never recovered from the sea. They say she fell past the lighthouse windows as she died. I am also named Ashe, though I claim no relation to that family. Perhaps she mistakes me for kin. Perhaps she seeks help that came too late. I know only that she appears each evening, watching me from an impossible height, silently screaming for something I cannot provide. Robert Ashe, Lighthouse Keeper, Beachy Head Lighthouse, Sussex 9th. November 1568, Archive Note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. 7 subsequent lighthouse keepers reported the same apparition between 1570–1688. All were unrelated men who happened to share the surname Ash. The lighthouse was rebuilt in 1691. No further sightings occurred after the original structure was demolished. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. Case file NOA 1695 W classification. Blacksmith's testament. Date of statement 18th March 1695. Location Ironbridge, Shropshire, England. Author William Forster, blacksmith. Testament regarding the burned man. I, William Forster, blacksmith of Ironbridge, do testify about the burned man who visits my forge. I have worked iron for 32 years. My forge stands beside the river, where it has for 2 centuries. The work is hard but honest. I employ 2 apprentices and pride myself on quality. 4 months passed. A customer came to my forge at dusk. A man wrapped entirely in bandages. Only his eyes showed through the cloth. He requested I forge a chain, an iron chain with 13 links, he specified. His voice was hoarse and painful to hear, as if his throat had been burned. I asked the chain's purpose. He replied that he must bind something that should never be released. I agreed to forge the chain and named my price. He paid double without complaint. His coin was old, from the reign of King Henry. I thought nothing of it at the time. I began work on the chain the following morning. The iron was difficult. It resisted my hammer unusually. Each link required twice the effort normally needed. My apprentices complained the forge ran cold. The fire would not heat properly despite good coal. We completed the chain after 3 days of struggle. 13 links perfectly forged and joined. The customer returned at sunset to collect it. He examined each link carefully with his bandaged hands. I noticed then that the bandages were stained, dark stains like old blood. He pronounced the work satisfactory. As he turned to leave, one bandage loosened. It fell away from his arm. Beneath the cloth, his flesh was charred black. Burned so severely, the bone showed through. He hastily rewrapped the exposed area. Then he departed without another word. The next evening he returned. He stood just outside my forge in the gathering dark. He did not enter or speak, simply watched me work from beyond the door. I felt his eyes through those bandages. My apprentices saw him too. They refused to continue working with him standing there. I closed the forge early. The burned man remained outside until full darkness fell. Then he vanished into the night. He has returned every evening since. Always at sunset. Always standing just outside my door. Never speaking, never entering. Simply watching with eyes that reflect my forge fire. Last week, one of my apprentices found old records. In 1582, a blacksmith named Robert Forster worked this forge. My great-grandfather. He was commissioned to forge chains for a witch burning. 13 witches were executed in the village square. Each was bound with iron chains before the flames were lit. Robert Forster died that same night. His forge burned while he slept. He was trapped inside and perished in the flames. His body was found chained to his own anvil, bound with 13 links of iron. The chains he had forged for the witches. I believe the burned man is my great-grandfather, returned to watch over the forge that killed him. Or perhaps he is one of the witches, bound in his chains, burned in his flames, forever watching the descendant of the man who forged his death. I cannot sleep, knowing he stands outside my door each night, waiting, watching, wrapped in bandages that hide his burned flesh. William Forster, blacksmith. Ironbridge, Shropshire, 18th March, 1695. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The forge at Ironbridge burned a second time in 1702, killing William Forster and both apprentices. No cause was determined. Local records confirm the 1582 witch burnings and Robert Forster's death. The chain commissioned from William Forster was never found. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. Case file NOA1782K. Classification: Constable's testimony. Date of statement: 5th October 1782. Location: Bodmin Moor, Cornwall, England. Author: Constable Henry Blackwood. Testimony of the Moor Traveller. Constable Henry Blackwood. Do testify about my encounter on Bodmin Moor. I was pursuing a fugitive across the moorland. The man had stolen from the church collection. Witnesses saw him flee toward the moor at dawn. I followed his trail across the rough terrain. The day was overcast with thick mist. Visibility was poor, beyond 30 yards. By afternoon, I had lost his track entirely. The mist grew thicker as evening approached. I decided to abandon pursuit until morning light. As I turned back toward the village, I heard hoofbeats, a horse approaching through the mist. I assumed the fugitive had stolen a mount. I drew my pistol and called out to stop. The hoofbeats continued toward me. A figure emerged from the white fog, a man on horseback wearing armor, full-plate armor like knights wore centuries past. The metal was corroded green with age. His horse was enormous, larger than any modern breed. The rider's helm concealed his face entirely. He rode directly toward me without slowing. I shouted for him to identify himself. He made no response. I fired my pistol into the air as warning. The shot echoed strangely across the moor. The armored rider did not react to the sound. He continued his approach at steady pace. I stepped aside to let him pass. As he drew level with me, I saw his hands. They gripped the reins with skeletal fingers, not gloved hands, but bare bones. The armor held only bones. A skeleton sat astride that massive horse. I stood frozen as he passed within arm's reach. The temperature dropped instantly. My breath showed white in the sudden cold. I heard metal creaking as the armor moved, but no sound came from the rider himself. No breathing, no words, only the steady hoofbeats and creaking armor. He rode past me into the mist. I turned to watch him disappear. The fog swallowed him within seconds. But I heard the hoofbeats continuing, growing fainter. Then they stopped abruptly. Complete silence fell across the moor. Even the wind ceased. I remained motionless for several minutes. Then the hoofbeats resumed, coming back toward me from the mist. He was returning. I ran. I abandoned all dignity and fled. The hoofbeats followed close behind me. I could hear the horse breathing now, a sound like wind through a hollow tree. I glanced back once. The armored skeleton sat motionless in his saddle, but the horse beneath him was running fast across the uneven ground. Its eyes glowed red in the mist. Steam rose from its nostrils. I tripped and fell hard on the rough stones. The hoofbeats reached me, then passed over me. I felt the horse's hooves strike the ground on either side of my body, but they did not touch me. The armored rider vanished again into the fog. I lay there until darkness fell completely. When I finally rose and made my way home, I was miles from where I had started. The skeleton rider had chased me in circles across the moor. I reported the encounter to my superiors. They laughed and blamed the mist and my imagination. But 3 other men have seen the same figure. A knight in ancient armor riding the moor, always in fog or rain, always silent except for hoofbeats, always appearing to travelers who lose their way. Local legend says he is a crusader who never returned home. He died on the moor trying to reach his castle. His bones lie somewhere beneath the stones, but his spirit still tries to find its way, forever lost in the mist, forever riding in search of home. Constable Henry Blackwood, Bodmin Moor, Cornwall 5th, October 1782. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Medieval armour matching this description was excavated from Bodmin Moor Bog in 1856. The skeleton inside showed signs of violent death. DNA analysis in 2003 dated the remains to approximately 1200. Sightings of the armoured rider continue among hikers. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. Case file NOA1471P. Classification: Innkeeper's log. Date of statement: 14th February 1471. 1. Location: the White Hart Inn, Nottinghamshire, England. Author: Thomas Webb, innkeeper. Log entry concerning room 12. I, Thomas Webb, keeper of the White Hart Inn, do log the disturbances in room 12. My family has operated this inn for 4 generations. We offer lodging to travellers on the London Road. The inn contains 18 guest rooms across 3 floors. Room 12 is on the 2nd floor facing the stable yard. Until recently, it was our most requested accommodation. The trouble began after a guest died there. A merchant named Peter Stone took the room in December. He arrived ill with fever and retired immediately. By morning, he had passed peacefully in his sleep. We reported his death to the magistrate. His body was removed and his belongings sent to his family. We cleaned the room thoroughly and prepared it for new guests. The first traveller to occupy room 12 afterward left at midnight. He pounded on my chamber door demanding to depart. He was pale and shaking with terror. He claimed someone else was in the room with him, a man sitting in the corner chair. The man was staring at him without blinking. When the guest challenged the intruder, the man vanished instantly. I assumed he had suffered nightmares. I offered him a different room. He refused and left the inn entirely. The next guest in room 12 lasted only 2 hours. She also reported a man in the corner, sitting perfectly still in the chair. She said he wore merchant's clothing. He matched the description of Peter Stone exactly. I began to believe something strange was occurring. I spent a night in room 12 myself to investigate. I sat up in bed with candles burning bright. The room appeared normal for the first hour. Then I felt the temperature drop. The candle flames dimmed though there was no draft. I looked toward the corner chair. A shape materialized slowly, becoming more solid with each passing second. Peter Stone sat in the chair. I recognized him clearly, though I had only seen his corpse. He sat exactly as described by the previous guests, perfectly still, hands resting on the chair arms, eyes open wide, staring directly at me, not blinking, not breathing, simply staring with dead eyes. I attempted to speak to him. I asked what he wanted, why he remained in my inn. His mouth opened slightly. A sound emerged. Not words exactly, but a whisper of air, like wind through an empty room. The whisper formed into speech. I am still here. 3 words spoken with terrible certainty. I am still here. I fled the room immediately. Since that night, Peter Stone appears regularly. Other guests have reported him, always sitting in the corner chair, always staring, always whispering those same 3 words, "I am still here." We can no longer rent room 12. No traveller will stay once they learn of the ghost. Yesterday, I entered the room intending to remove the furniture. Perhaps destroying the chair would end the haunting. As I lifted it to carry out, I felt tremendous weight. The chair was impossibly heavy. I could not move it from its corner position. 2 stable boys helped me attempt removal. Even with 3 men, we could not shift it an inch. The chair remains anchored to that spot. Last night, I heard footsteps in room 12. Heavy footsteps pacing back and forth. I climbed the stairs to investigate. The room was locked as I had left it. But through the door, I heard his voice. "I am still here," repeated over and over. "I am still here. I am still here." Thomas Webb, innkeeper, the White Hart Inn, Nottinghamshire, 14th of February, 1471. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, the White Hart Inn burned down in 1523. Room 12 was the only section of the building that would not catch fire. Crews attempting to demolish the standing wall reported hearing whispers from within. The corner where the chair stood remains as a pile of stones. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. Case file NOA1804V. Classification: Schoolmaster's account. Date of statement: 23rd June, 1804. Location: Grammar School, Cambridge, England. Author: Mr. Edward Pritchard. Headmaster. Account of the boy in the classroom. I, Mr. Edward Pritchard, Headmaster of Cambridge Grammar, do account for the boy who attends our lessons. I have taught here for 17 years. Our school serves 80 boys from respectable families. We maintain high standards of education and discipline. This term, I noticed an unfamiliar student, a boy of perhaps 10 years sitting in the back row. He wore our school uniform, but I did not recognize him. I consulted our enrollment records after class. No new student had been admitted, yet the boy appeared again the next day. Same seat in the back row, same position, perfectly still and attentive. I approached him directly to inquire his name. As I drew near, the other students turned to look. They seemed confused by my question. "What boy, Mr. Pritchard?" they asked. I pointed to the child in the back row. They saw no one there. I stood beside the empty desk. Certain a boy sat in the chair. I could see him clearly, his pale face watching me, his hands folded on the desk, his uniform neat and proper. But the other students insisted the seat was vacant. I dismissed them early, shaken by the experience. I remained in the classroom alone. The boy was still visible to me, still sitting in that back row seat. I spoke to him directly. "Who are you?" I demanded. "Why do you attend my class?" The boy's mouth moved, but no sound emerged. He was trying to speak, but could not produce voice. I watched his lips carefully. He repeated the same words over and over. "I must learn. I must learn. I must learn." I fled the classroom. I consulted the previous headmaster, who is now retired. He listened to my description with grave concern. Then he showed me a portrait in the school archives. A boy painted in 1754. He matched exactly the child I had seen. The previous headmaster explained the history. This boy, named Thomas Gray, was a student here. He died during lessons from sudden fever. He collapsed at his desk and passed before help arrived. His final words were, "I must learn my lessons." He feared dying before completing his studies. The previous headmaster admitted he too had seen the boy, as had the headmaster before him. Thomas Gray has attended this school for 50 years, always sitting in the same seat, always watching the lessons with desperate attention, always mouthing those same words, "I must learn." I see him every day now, present for every lesson I teach. The students cannot see him, and I do not inform them. Thomas simply sits in the back row, never moving, never speaking aloud, his mouth constantly forming those desperate words. Yesterday, something changed. I assigned an essay on classical history. This morning, I found an extra paper on my desk, written in perfect handwriting from the last century. The essay was excellent. It answered every question completely. At the bottom was signed, Thomas Gray, June 1754. The ink was 50 years old, but the paper had been placed on my desk sometime in the night. Thomas still attends my classroom every day, still sitting in his assigned seat. But now I find his work among my students' papers, essays written decades ago, assignments completed long after death. A boy so desperate to learn he cannot accept his lessons have ended. Mr. Edward Pritchard, Headmaster Grammar School, Cambridge, 23rd June, 1804. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Cambridge Grammar School, maintains Thomas Gray's submitted work in their archives. 47 essays spanning 1754 to 1891 were found, all written in identical handwriting. The school closed in 1923. The building is now a museum. Visitors report seeing a boy sitting in what was once the back row. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. Case file. NOA1659H. Classification: Miller's statement. Date of Adducen. Statement: 11th April, 1659. Location: Watermill, Gloucestershire, England. Author: Richard Farmer, Miller. Statement: regarding the night grinding eye, Richard Farmer, Miller of Gloucester. Do state what occurs at my watermill each night. I have operated this mill for 12 years. It stands on the river where mills have stood for centuries. The current building is perhaps 80 years old. I grind wheat and barley for the surrounding villages. The mill wheel turns by water power during daylight. I close the mill each evening at sunset. The wheel is disengaged and the machinery secured. 3 months past, I was woken at midnight by sounds. The mill wheel was turning. I heard it clearly from my house beside the river. The great wooden wheel creaking as it rotated. The grinding stones rumbling inside the building. I dressed and went to investigate. The mill was locked as I had left it. But through the windows, I saw movement inside. The wheel was indeed turning despite being disengaged. The grinding stones were operating, yet no grain was being processed. I unlocked the door and entered with my lantern. The machinery stopped instantly. Complete silence fell. The wheel ceased mid-rotation. The stones froze in place. I checked every mechanism thoroughly. All were disengaged properly. There was no reason for them to have moved. I secured everything again and returned home. The sounds resumed within an hour. The wheel turning, the stones grinding, the entire mill operating without grain or human hands. This has continued every night since. At midnight precisely, the mill begins grinding. It continues until dawn. Then, all stops as sunlight reaches the building. Last week, I remained inside the mill throughout the night. I sat among the machinery with my lantern burning. At midnight, I felt the air grow cold. The wheel began to turn despite the disengaged gears. The stones started grinding with nothing between them. I heard footsteps above me. Someone was in the upper storage floor. I climbed the ladder to investigate. The floor was empty of people, but the grain sacks were moving. They slid across the floor by themselves, arranging themselves as if being loaded for grinding. Then one by one, they lifted into the air. They floated to the grinding chute. They tipped themselves, spilling grain into the mechanism. I watched in horror as invisible hands worked my mill, processing grain that was not really there. The stones ground nothing, but I heard grain being crushed between them. I saw flour dust rising into the air, yet the stones remained empty. At dawn, everything stopped instantly. The sacks settled back into their original positions. The machinery fell silent. Not a single grain had actually been processed. I consulted village elders about the phenomenon. They told me of the previous miller. His name was Thomas Farmer, possibly my ancestor. In 1577, he was found dead in the mill, crushed between the grinding stones. Some said it was an accident. Others whispered it was murder. His apprentice inherited the mill, but he soon abandoned it, claiming it ground at night. 3 millers have worked here since Thomas's death. All reported the same night grinding. All heard the machinery operating without anyone present. I have grown accustomed to the sounds now. The mill works at night without my intervention. In the morning, I find everything exactly as I left it, except sometimes. Sometimes I find flour on the floor, fresh flour, but none has been ground. Sometimes I find the grinding stones worn smoother, as if they have been working hard all night. Thomas Farmer continues to operate his mill, dead for 80 years, but still grinding grain, still working through the darkness, never resting from his labour. Richard Farmer, Miller Watermill, Gloucestershire, 11th April, 1659. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The Gloucestershire watermill operated until 1843. Every subsequent miller reported the night grinding phenomenon. The mill was destroyed by fire in 1848. Locals claimed to hear grinding sounds from the ruins for decades afterward. The mill wheel was never rebuilt. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. Case file NOA1737B. Classification: Vicar's Record. Date of statement: 6th August 1737. Location: St. Peter's Church, Lincolnshire, England. Author: Reverend Samuel Blackwell. Record of the bell that rings itself. I, Reverend Samuel Blackwell, Vicar of St. Peter's Parish, do record the phenomenon of our church bell. Our tower contains 5 bells cast in 1623. They have called our faithful to worship for over a century. Each bell has a specific tone and purpose. The smallest bell rings the hours. The largest bell tolls for funerals. These bells are rung by hand using ropes. The ropes hang down into the tower room where ringers stand. 2 months past, the funeral bell rang at 3 in the morning. The sound woke half the village. A single toll, deep and resonant. Then silence. I dressed and hurried to the church. I found the building locked securely. No one had entered. I climbed the tower stairs to the bell room. The ropes hung motionless. The bells were still. Yet I had clearly heard the funeral toll. 3 nights later, it rang again. 3 o'clock exactly. One deep toll. Again I investigated and found nothing. The bell began ringing every night. Always at 3 in the morning. Always a single toll. The pattern never varied. I consulted our church records for explanation. In 1637, exactly 100 years ago, our previous vicar died, Reverend Thomas Whitmore. He passed away at 3 o'clock in the morning. The funeral bell tolled once to mark his passing, as was customary when a priest died. I wondered if this anniversary had triggered some resonance, but the tolling continued past that date, every night without fail. Last week, I stationed myself in the bell tower at midnight. I sat among the ropes with lanterns burning. I waited for 3 o'clock. At 2 hours past midnight, I heard footsteps. Someone was climbing the tower stairs. Heavy footsteps, slow and deliberate. They reached the bell room door. The latch lifted slowly. The door opened. No one stood in the doorway, yet I felt a presence enter the room. The air grew cold. My breath showed white in the summer night. I watched the funeral bell rope. At precisely 3 o'clock, the rope moved. It drew taut, as if someone pulled it. Then it swung down sharply. The bell tolled once above my head. The rope swung back up. Then it hung motionless again. I saw no hands upon it, but I felt someone standing beside the ropes. I heard breathing in the darkness, labored breathing like someone unwell. I forced myself to speak. "Who rings the bell?" I asked. The breathing stopped. Then a voice answered. "I call the faithful." The voice was weak and wheezing, an old man's voice. "I call them to my funeral mass, but they do not come. They never come." The presence moved toward the tower stairs. I heard the footsteps descending, growing fainter as they went down. The cold lifted suddenly. I remained in the tower until dawn. I have researched Reverend Whitmore's death more thoroughly. He died during the night. His body was not discovered until the next evening. By then, 24 hours had passed. His funeral should have been announced immediately, but the bell ringer was absent from the village that day. No one rang the funeral toll. Whitmore was buried without the customary bell, without the call to his faithful. I believe he rings it himself now, every night at the hour of his death, calling his congregation to a funeral that never occurred, announcing his passing to a village that sleeps, fulfilling a duty that was neglected a century ago. The ringing continues each night. I have stopped investigating. I simply lie awake at 3 o'clock, and I pray for Reverend Whitmore's soul. As the bell tolls in the darkness, Reverend Samuel Blackwell, St. Peter's Church, Lincolnshire, 6th August, 1737. Archive note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. St. Peter's funeral bell rang nightly until 1837, exactly 200 years after Whitmore's death. The bell cracked that year during the final toll. When recast, the night ringing ceased. The original bell fragments are preserved in the church museum. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. Case file NOA1583, F classification. Physician's notes. Date of statement 12th December 1583. Location private residence, London, England. Author Dr. James Ashford. Medical notes on the unseen companion by Dr. James Ashford, physician of London. Do note the case of Master Edward Corbett. Master Corbett is a gentleman of considerable wealth. He resides in a fine house near St. Paul's Cathedral. He summoned me to attend his 7-year-old daughter, Anne. The child had been speaking to someone invisible. Her mother was concerned this indicated fever or madness. I examined young Anne thoroughly. She showed no signs of illness whatsoever. Her temperature was normal. Her mind seemed perfectly clear. I asked her about the invisible companion. She smiled and pointed to the corner of her chamber. "That is Catherine," she said simply. "She lives here with us." I saw nothing in the corner. "Can you describe Catherine?" I inquired gently. "She's 8 years old," Anne replied. "She wears a blue dress with white lace. She has long brown hair tied with a ribbon. She died in this house a long time ago." This final statement chilled me. I asked Anne how she knew Catherine had died. "She told me," the child said matter-of-factly. "She died of fever in this very room. She says she's been alone for many years. She's happy I came to live here." I questioned Master Corbett about the house's history. He had purchased it 5 years previous. The previous owner was a merchant named William Stone. Stone's family had lived there for 3 generations. I obtained the parish death records. In 1531, exactly 52 years ago, a child named Catherine Stone died. She was 8 years old. She perished from fever. The records listed her address as Master Corbett's house. I returned to question young Anne further. She continued conversing with her invisible friend, speaking aloud to empty air, pausing as if listening to replies, then responding to unheard questions. Her mother was distraught. She begged me to cure her daughter of this delusion. I attempted to explain to Anne that Catherine was not real. The child became quite upset with me. "She is real," Anne insisted. "She is my friend. She says you are rude not to acknowledge her." Anne turned to the empty corner. "Tell him, Catherine," she demanded. "Tell him you are here." I felt cold air rush past me. Every candle in the room extinguished simultaneously. Anne laughed delightedly. "See? Catherine can do things. She just proves she is real." The candles relit themselves one by one. No human hand touched them. Each flame sparked into being spontaneously. I observed this impossible event with my own eyes. Master Corbett decided the situation required a priest. He summoned Father Benedict to bless the house. The priest arrived with holy water and prayers. He began the blessing ritual in Anne's chamber. Anne watched calmly from her bed. "Catherine says your prayers will not work," the child reported. "She says she does not want to leave. This is her home." Father Benedict continued his prayers despite this. He sprinkled holy water in the corners. When the water touched the corner where Anne claimed Catherine stood, it hissed, like water dropped on a hot iron. Steam rose from the wooden floor. The priest stumbled backward in shock. He refused to continue the blessing. He departed hastily, mumbling about consulting the bishop. Anne was not troubled by any of this. She continued playing with her invisible friend, teaching Catherine new games, sharing her toys with empty air, having long conversations with no visible companion. Master Corbett has reluctantly accepted the situation. His daughter is healthy and happy. Catherine seems to mean her no harm. Perhaps some lonely spirits simply seek friendship. I have no medical treatment for such a case. Dr. James Ashford, Physician Private Residence, London, 12th December 1583. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Anne Corbett lived in that house for 11 more years. Her diaries, preserved by her family, contain numerous references to conversations with Catherine. Anne married and moved away in 1594. Subsequent residents reported a child's voice calling for Anne in the empty house. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. Case file. NOA 1798L classification. Prison chaplain's report. Date of statement: 29th October, 1798. Location: Newgate Prison, London, England. Author: Reverend Thomas Whitmore, Prison Chaplain. Report on the hanged man's return. I, Reverend Thomas Whitmore, Chaplain of Newgate Prison, do report the return of condemned prisoner Robert Marsh. Robert Marsh was executed 3 weeks past for highway robbery. He was hanged at 8 o'clock in the morning. I attended him on the scaffold and prayed for his soul. His body was cut down after 1 hour. He was pronounced dead by prison physician. His corpse was taken to the burial ground for criminals. I witnessed his interment in the unmarked grave. I attended his burial to ensure proper Christian rites. 2 nights after his execution, I heard knocking on my chamber door. I opened it to find the corridor empty, but the knocking continued, moving down the hallway away from me. Knock, knock, knock. I followed the sound through the prison passages. It led me to cell block 7. The knocking stopped at cell 42, Robert Marsh's former cell. I unlocked the door and entered with my lantern. The cell appeared empty, but I felt a presence within the cramped space, a heaviness in the air. Then I heard his voice. "Father," he whispered, "I have returned." I recognized Robert's voice clearly. "You're dead," I stammered, "buried in the prison ground." "I know," came the reply, "yet I walk here still." I saw movement in the shadows, a shape forming gradually. Robert Marsh materialized before me. He wore the same clothes he had been hanged in. The rope mark was visible around his neck. His face was pale and his eyes sunken, but he stood before me, as solid as in life. "The grave could not hold me," he said. "I have unfinished matters in this place." He gestured to the cell floor. I hid what I stole beneath these stones. 300 pounds in gold coin. I would not tell them where before I died. Now my soul cannot rest until the debt is revealed. I alerted the prison warden immediately. We returned to cell 42 with tools. Robert's ghost stood watching as we pried up the floor stones. Beneath the 3rd stone, we found a leather pouch. Inside was exactly 300 pounds in gold, stolen from the Ipswich mail coach. The warden was astonished. We had searched this cell thoroughly after Robert's arrest. The gold had remained hidden all along. I turned to address Robert's spirit. "We have found it," I said. "Your debt is revealed. Can you rest now?" Robert looked at me with sad eyes. "I hanged for this gold," he said. "I died without confessing my sin, without returning what I stole. That crime holds me here still." The warden took the gold to return to its rightful owners. I prayed over cell 42, beseeching God to release Robert's troubled spirit, but he appears there still, every night at 8 o'clock, the hour of his execution. He stands in his cell staring at the floor where the gold was hidden. Prison guards refuse to enter cell 42 after dark. They hear him weeping. They hear him begging forgiveness. They hear the creak of a rope, though nothing hangs from the ceiling. Last night, I visited him again. I offered final prayers for his salvation. Robert shook his head sadly. "The rope still holds me, Father," he whispered. "I hang forever for my crime. Even in death, I cannot escape my sentence." He faded from view as 8 o'clock passed, but I heard his voice echo in the empty cell. "I hang forever." Reverend Thomas Whitmore, Prison Chaplain, Newgate Prison, London, 29th October, 1798. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft's cell, 42, was sealed after 5 guards refused to work near it. Newgate Prison was demolished in 1904. During demolition, workers reported hearing sobbing from the rubble. A noose was found preserved in cell 42's remains, though no hanging had occurred there. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. Case file. NOA1614R. Classification. Theatre manager's account. Date of statement. 3rd March, 1614. Location, Rose Theatre, London, England. Author, Master Philip Green, theatre manager. Account of the actor who never left I, Master Philip Green, manager of the Rose Theatre. Do account for the actor who continues to perform. The Rose has staged plays for 25 years. We employ a troupe of 12 players. Our company is well regarded throughout London. Last season, we performed Master Marlowe's Dr. Faustus. One of our finest actors, Richard Burley, played the Doctor. Richard was brilliant in the role. He embodied the doomed scholar perfectly. The final performance was on All Hallows Eve. The play climaxes with Faustus dragged to hell by demons. Richard delivered the final speech with tremendous power. His cries for mercy chilled every person in attendance. At the moment when demons seized Faustus, Richard collapsed. We thought it part of his performance. He lay motionless on the stage as the curtain closed. We rushed to help him rise for his bows, but Richard was not breathing. He had died on stage during the final scene. The physician said his heart simply ceased. We mourned Richard and buried him in St. Saviour's churchyard. The entire troupe attended his funeral. We closed the theatre for 1 week out of respect. When we reopened, strange events began. During performances, actors reported seeing someone in the wings, a figure watching from backstage. When they turned to look directly, no one was there. But in their peripheral vision, they could see him clearly. Richard Burley, in his Dr. Faustus costume. I dismissed this as grief and imagination, until I saw him myself. I was in the theatre alone, reviewing accounts in my office. I heard someone speaking on the stage. I recognized the voice immediately. Richard's voice. I went to the stage and found it empty, but the voice continued. Richard was reciting Faustus's final speech. The stars move still. Time runs. The clock will strike. The devil will come, and Faustus must be damned. His voice filled the empty theatre, rich and powerful as it had been in life. I called out to him. The recitation stopped. Then I saw him, standing center stage in full costume. He looked exactly as he had during his final performance. He turned toward me. Our eyes met across the theatre. He opened his mouth to speak, but the church bell struck midnight. He vanished instantly at the 12th chime. Since that night, Richard performs every evening. At midnight, his voice echoes through the empty theatre. He recites the final speech of Dr. Faustus, again and again. The same desperate words, the same plea for salvation that never comes. Actors arriving early for morning rehearsal find the stage warm, as if someone has been performing there all night. The floorboards show where at center stage, where Richard stood for his final speech, as if feet have paced that spot for endless hours. Last week, we performed Dr. Faustus again. We cast a new actor in Richard's role. During the final speech, the new actor froze. He claimed he could not move or speak. He said Richard was there with him, standing beside him on the stage, speaking the lines in unison with him, guiding his performance. The audience heard only one voice, but the actor swears 2 men delivered that speech. He felt Richard's presence throughout the scene, felt him taking control of his body, speaking through him, finishing the performance he never completed in life. When the curtain closed, the actor collapsed exactly as Richard had. We feared he had died as well, but he was merely unconscious. He woke after several minutes, shaking and pale. He refuses to perform that role again. Richard Burley continues his eternal performance, never leaving the stage, never reaching the final curtain, forever trapped in the last moments of his greatest role. Master Philip Green, Theatre Manager, Rose Theatre, London, 3rd March, 1614. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, the Rose Theatre closed in 1642. The building fell into ruin. Archaeological excavations in 1989 recovered the stage foundations. Research teams reported hearing a voice reciting Elizabethan verse from the excavation site after dark. Recording equipment captured the full Faustus death speech. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. Case file NOA 1746N. Classification. Sexton's report. Date of statement 7th July 1746. Location St. Michael's Church, Somerset, England. Author Abraham Thorne, Sexton. Report of the tapping beneath the graves. I, Abraham Thorne, Sexton of St. Michael's. Do report sounds from beneath our churchyard. I have tended these grounds for 19 years. I dig the graves and maintain the burial plots. I know every stone and marker in this sacred ground. 1 month passed. I was working late in the evening, preparing a grave for the following day's funeral. I was 6 feet down in the earth when I heard it. Tapping, coming from below me, not beside me where other graves lay, but from deeper beneath my feet. Tap, tap, tap. I stopped digging and listened carefully. The tapping continued in a steady rhythm. I pressed my ear to the bottom of the grave. The sound was clear. Something was tapping on wood far below, as if someone was knocking on a coffin lid. But no coffin lay beneath this plot. I had dug dozens of graves here over the years. The ground beneath was undisturbed earth. I continued my work uneasily. As I dug, the tapping followed me, always coming from 6 inches below my spade. When I stopped digging, it stopped. When I resumed, it began again, matching my rhythm exactly. I finished the grave and climbed out hastily. The next morning, I reported this to Reverend Pike. He dismissed it as roots or stones shifting. But that night, another sexton was filling in a different grave. He heard the same tapping, coming from beneath the plot he was filling, following his shovel's movements, matching his rhythm perfectly. Now we hear it everywhere in the churchyard. Whenever we dig, the tapping answers from below, not just 6 inches down, but many feet, as if something tunnels beneath the entire graveyard, something that hears us digging from above and taps back in response. Last week, we buried Mrs. Sarah Collins. As her coffin was lowered into the earth, we all heard it, frantic tapping from below the grave, rapid and desperate, tap, 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 faster and faster, as if something below was trying to signal to us. The mourners heard it clearly. Several people fled the churchyard in terror. Others demanded we open the grave again. They feared we were burying Mrs. Collins alive. I assured them she had passed 3 days prior. The physician had confirmed her death absolutely, but the tapping continued from below her descending coffin. We finished the burial quickly. As we filled in the earth, the tapping gradually faded, growing quieter as the dirt accumulated, until it finally ceased when the grave was full. Yesterday, I attempted to investigate. I selected an old section of the churchyard, graves that were a century old or more. I dug down 8 feet. deep into ground that had been undisturbed for generations. I heard the tapping beneath me the entire time. At 8 feet, my spade struck something solid. Not stone, but wood. I cleared the earth carefully. I uncovered the top of a coffin, but this grave should have been 20 feet from my location. I opened the coffin lid cautiously. Inside lay a skeleton. Nothing unusual about that in a churchyard, but the skeleton's hands were positioned strangely. The finger bones pointed upward, raised toward the lid above, as if the person had been tapping on the coffin lid, trying to escape. I reburied the coffin immediately, but now I wonder how many others lie beneath our church. How many were buried alive in centuries past? How many scratched and tapped on their coffin lids, begging to be released, dying slowly in the darkness? The tapping continues every day. We hear it whenever we work in the churchyard. Sometimes it sounds like one person tapping. Sometimes it sounds like dozens, all tapping together from beneath the sacred ground, all knocking on coffin lids that will never open. Abraham Thorne, Sexton St. Michael's Church, Somerset, 7th July 1746. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. St. Michael's Churchyard was excavated in 1889. 47 coffins showed evidence of premature burial. Scratch marks covered the inside of the lids. Bones were positioned as if occupants had been trying to escape. The tapping ceased after proper reburial rites. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. Case file NOA 1812. S classification. Museum curator's notes. Date of statement: 16th January 1812. Location: British Museum, London, England. Author: Mr. Charles Wentworth, curator. Curatorial notes on the moving portrait I. Mr. Charles Wentworth, curator of portraits at the British Museum. Do note unusual behaviour in our collection. We acquired a portrait last month from an estate sale. The painting depicts a young woman from the Tudor period. She wears a green velvet gown with pearls. Her expression is serene and pleasant. The work is by an unknown artist, dated approximately 1560. We hung the portrait in Gallery 12 with similar period works. The first oddity occurred 3 days after installation. A guard reported the woman's expression had changed. She appeared sad in the morning, though she had looked content the previous day. I assured him the lighting must have shifted, but I examined the portrait myself. The woman did appear sadder. Her smile had faded. Her eyes seemed to hold sorrow. I dismissed this as my imagination, until another curator mentioned the same observation. We began monitoring the portrait carefully. Over 1 week, her expression changed daily. Some days she looked melancholy. Other days she appeared frightened. Once she looked angry. Her brow furrowed. The changes were subtle but definite. We photographed the portrait each day. Comparing the images proved the alterations were real. Her face was changing within the painted surface. Then came a more disturbing development. The woman's position began to shift. Initially, she faced forward, looking at the viewer. One morning she was turned slightly to the left, as if looking at the adjacent portrait. By evening, she had turned further, now facing almost in profile. The next day, she had moved again. This time, she appeared to be walking. Her gown's hem was raised slightly, as if she had taken a step within the frame. We closed Gallery 12 to investigate. 6 curators examined the portrait under magnification. We found no evidence of forgery or alteration. The paint was original and undisturbed. Yet the image continued changing before our eyes. Last night, I remained in the gallery alone. I sat watching the portrait by lamplight. At midnight, I witnessed the change occur. The woman in the painting moved, not suddenly, but gradually, like watching a flower bloom. So slowly, you cannot see it happening, but undeniably progressing. She turned her head toward me, her painted eyes fixed on mine. Then her mouth opened, just slightly, as if she were trying to speak. I heard no sound, but I felt she was attempting communication. I approached the portrait closely. "What do you want?" I whispered. The woman's painted hand rose slowly. She pressed her palm against the inside of the frame, as if pressing against glass. Her face contorted with effort. She was trying to push through the canvas, trying to break free from the painted surface. I stumbled backward in terror. The painting returned to its original position instantly. The woman stood serene and still, looking content and peaceful, as if nothing had occurred. But when I examined the canvas, I found something new, a handprint, pressed into the paint from behind, as if someone had pushed against the back of the canvas, trying to force their way through. We have sealed the portrait in storage. We dare not display it publicly, but even locked away, changes continue. Staff report hearing tapping from the storage room, gentle tapping like knuckles on wood, coming from inside the crate that holds the portrait. Yesterday I checked the crate. The portrait had changed again. The woman no longer stands in the painted garden. She stands at the very edge of the frame, her hands pressed against the boundaries, her face pressed forward, looking out at whoever opens the crate, her mouth open wide now, as if screaming silently, begging to be released. Mr. Charles Wentworth, Curator, British Museum, London, 16th of January 1812. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The portrait remains in British Museum storage. It is examined annually. The woman has never returned to her original position. She remains at the frame's edge, hands and face pressed forward. Recent analysis revealed paint composition matching none used in the Tudor period. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. Case file NOA 1298T. Classification: Monastery record. Date of statement: 21st September 1298. Location: Rievaulx Abbey, North Yorkshire, England. Author: Brother Simon of York, monk. Record of the Whispering Walls. Brother Simon of York, do record the voices that speak from our abbey walls. I have been a monk at Rievaulx for 14 years. Our community numbers 60. Brothers in service to God. This abbey has stood for 160 years. The walls are thick stone, cold and ancient. 6 weeks passed. I was praying alone in the chapter house. The hour was late, past compline. My brothers had retired to their cells. I remained to complete my devotions. As I knelt in silence, I heard whispering, faint voices speaking just beyond hearing. I thought perhaps brothers were conversing in the corridor, but when I listened more carefully, the voices came from the walls themselves. Multiple voices speaking simultaneously. I could not distinguish individual words, just a susurrus of urgent whispers, rising and falling like waves. I placed my ear against the cold stone. The whispers grew louder. Dozens of voices talking at once, all speaking in Latin, but Latin of an older form than we use. Words I recognized but could not quite understand. I pulled away from the wall in fear. The whispers faded but did not cease entirely. I reported this to Father Abbot the next morning. He listened gravely to my account. Then he revealed this was not the first such report. 3 other brothers had heard the whispers, all in different locations throughout the abbey. Father Abbot organized a vigil. 12 brothers would spend the night in prayer, each stationed in a different part of the abbey. We would determine if the whispers were widespread. I was assigned to the crypt beneath the church, the oldest part of our foundation. Built first when the abbey was founded, I descended the stone steps as darkness fell. The crypt contains the tombs of our founding brothers, 23 monks who established Rivaux in 1132. I knelt among their monuments to pray. At midnight, the whispers began, emanating from every wall at once. The sound surrounded me completely. I heard fragments of words now: peccatum, sin; secretum, secret; sepultum, buried. The voices spoke of things hidden, things concealed within the abbey walls, things that should not be disturbed. I forced myself to remain and listen. The Latin grew more distinct. The voices described construction of the abbey. They spoke of foundation stones laid in darkness, of rituals performed before the first Mass, of pacts made to ensure the building would endure. I heard names of the founding brothers, all 23 who lie buried in this crypt. The voices claimed these men knew ancient secrets, knowledge from before Christian times. They had built the abbey over something older, something that predated our faith. The whispers grew insistent, demanding we acknowledge what lies beneath. In fundamentis veritas, in the foundations, truth. Sub petra antiqua, beneath the ancient stone. At dawn, the whispers ceased abruptly. The other brothers emerged from their vigil posts. All had heard the same voices. All reported the same Latin phrases. All described the same message. Something sleeps beneath Rivaux Abbey. Something sealed when the foundation was laid. The brothers who founded this place knew of it. They built here deliberately to contain it, to keep it bound. Father Abbot has forbidden us to speak of this. He fears it will bring scrutiny from Rome, but the whispers continue each night, growing louder, growing more insistent. Last night, I heard my own name among the whispers. Simon, called from within the stone. Simon, libera nos. Simon, free us. I do not know what wants freedom. I do not know if I should fear it or pity it. I know only that the walls speak, and they will not be silent. Brother Simon of York, Monk Rivaux Abbey, North Yorkshire, 21st September, 1298. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Rivaux Abbey, was dissolved in 1538. The buildings fell into ruin. Archaeological surveys in 1910 discovered a sealed chamber beneath the foundation. Inside were carved stones predating Christian occupation by centuries. The chamber was resealed. The whispers reportedly continue among the ruins. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. Case file. NOA 1767Q. Classification. Apothecary's Journal. Date of statement: 4th May, 1767. Location: Bath, Somerset, England. Author: Master Henry Blackwood. Apothecary Journal entry regarding the mirror. Customer I. R. Master Henry Blackwood, Apothecary of Bath. Do journal a peculiar customer who visits my shop. I have operated this establishment for 23 years. My shop stands on Milsom Street near the Roman Baths. I serve the wealthy visitors who come to take the waters. 3 months passed. A gentleman entered my shop at closing time. He wore clothing of excellent quality, but outdated fashion. His coat and breeches were styles worn 30 years ago. His wig was powdered in the old manner. He moved stiffly, as if his joints pained him. He requested a tonic for melancholy. I prepared my usual mixture of herbs and laudanum. As I worked, I noticed something strange. The large mirror behind my counter showed no reflection of the customer. I could see myself clearly in the glass. I could see my shop and all its contents. But where the gentleman stood, the mirror showed empty space. I glanced at him to confirm he was truly present. He stood solid and real before my counter, but the mirror insisted he was not there. I completed his tonic and named my price. He paid with coins that were cold to the touch. His fingers brushed mine as he took the bottle. His skin was like ice, colder than any living flesh. He thanked me and departed into the evening. I examined the coins he had given me. They were genuine guineas, but dated 1737. 30 years old, yet bright as if newly minted. The gentleman has returned every week since, always at closing time, always requesting the same melancholy tonic, always invisible in my mirror. I have taken to observing him carefully during these visits. He never meets my eyes directly. His gaze drifts to the side when he speaks, as if looking at something just beyond my shoulder. His breathing is peculiar, so shallow I can barely detect it. Last week, I gathered courage to ask his name. He smiled sadly. "Does it matter?" he replied. "I am merely a shadow of what was." I asked what he meant by this. He gestured toward my mirror. "You have noticed, I am sure, that glass cannot see me, because I am not truly here." I asked where he was, if not in my shop. His expression grew troubled. "In the baths," he whispered, "beneath the water. I have been there for 30 years. He explained no further. He took his tonic and left. I consulted the archives at the Roman baths. In 1737, a gentleman drowned in the King's Bath. His name was Edmund Blackwood, my own surname, a distant cousin I had never met. Edmund came to Bath seeking cure for severe melancholy. He took lodgings and visited the baths daily. One morning, he was found floating face down in the water. Whether he fell or jumped was never determined. The melancholy had taken him one way or another. Now Edmund visits my shop, seeking the remedy he never found in life, the tonic that might have saved him. I prepare it faithfully each week, though I know it cannot help him now. Yesterday he arrived as usual at closing time, but this time he brought something with him. The smell of mineral water, the distinctive sulphur scent of the Roman baths. His clothes were damp. Water dripped from his coat onto my floor. I watched the puddle form at his feet. When he departed, I examined it closely. The water was cold and smelled strongly of the baths, but when I glanced at the mirror, it showed no puddle. The floor appeared dry in the reflection. Edmund leaves no trace that mirrors can capture. He exists only in direct sight, a presence that refuses to be reflected, a shadow that cannot cast itself in glass. Each week he grows more translucent, more difficult to see clearly, as if he is fading slowly from this world. Soon, I fear, I will serve a customer I cannot see at all. Only his voice requesting that melancholy tonic. Only his cold coins pressed into my hand. Only the puddles of bath water that appear on my floor. Master Henry Blackwood, Apothecary, Bath, Somerset, 4th May, 1767. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Master Henry Blackwood's journal contains 47 entries about Edmund's visits. The last entry, dated 1769, notes that Edmund appeared completely invisible, but his voice remained audible. The shop closed in 1771. Modern workers at that location report water puddles appearing inexplicably near closing time. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. Case file. NOA 1542. M classification. Estate manager's report. Date of statement. 13th November 1542. Location. Arundel Castle. West Sussex, England. Author. William Ashby. Estate manager. Report on the library footsteps. I, William Ashby, estate manager of Arundel Castle, do report persistent disturbances in the library tower. The library occupies the highest tower in the castle. It contains manuscripts and books collected over 2 centuries. The chamber is accessible only by a spiral staircase. 68 steps wind upward to the library door. 1 month passed. Servants reported hearing footsteps on these stairs. The sounds occurred each night at precisely 2 o'clock. Footsteps ascending from bottom to top. Steady and deliberate, as if someone climbed toward the library. I dismissed this as servants' imagination until I heard the footsteps myself. I was working late in the great hall. The castle was quiet, all residents asleep. At 2 o'clock, I heard them clearly. Footsteps echoing from the tower stairwell. I took a lantern and investigated immediately. The tower base was empty, but the footsteps continued above me, climbing higher up the spiral stairs. I followed, calling out to identify the night wanderer. No response came. The footsteps remained always ahead of me. I climbed faster, trying to catch up. The footsteps matched my increased pace. When I ran, they ran. When I stopped, they stopped. We reached the library door together. I stood at the threshold, breathing hard from the climb. The footsteps stood on the other side of the door. I could hear breathing. Someone stood just beyond the wooden barrier. I opened the door quickly. The library was empty. The chamber showed no sign of recent entry. Dust lay undisturbed on the floor. No footprints marked the ancient boards, yet I had heard someone arrive just seconds before me. I searched the library thoroughly. It contains no other exit. The only way down is the staircase I had just climbed. Nothing living could have hidden from my search. The footsteps now occur every night, always at 2 o'clock, always climbing to the library. I have stationed guards at the tower base. They watch the entrance carefully. No one passes them. Yet the footsteps continue overhead, climbing toward the library like clockwork. Last week, I attempted a different approach. I positioned myself inside the library before 2 o'clock. I waited with my lantern burning bright. At the appointed hour, the footsteps began below. I heard them ascending the spiral stairs. 68 steps, each one distinct. They reached the door. The latch lifted slowly. The door opened inward. A rush of cold air entered the library, but nothing visible crossed the threshold. The temperature dropped dramatically. My breath showed white in the freezing air. I heard footsteps enter the room. They walked past me to the far bookshelf, the oldest section containing medieval manuscripts. I heard books being removed and replaced, pages turning. Someone was searching the collection. I watched the bookshelf intently. No books moved that I could see, yet I heard them clearly, leather bindings creaking, parchment rustling. After perhaps an hour, the sound ceased. The footsteps walked back toward the door. They descended the stairs rapidly, racing down all 68 steps. By the time I reached the tower base, silence had returned. I examined the bookshelf the next morning. One book lay open on the reading table. I had not placed it there. It was a volume of church records from 1442. Exactly 100 years ago, the open page detailed the death of a priest, Father Thomas Ashby, my own surname. Father Thomas had been librarian of this castle. He died while organizing the manuscript collection. His body was found at the base of the tower stairs. He had fallen during the night. Whether accident or other cause was never determined. The records noted he often worked past midnight, obsessively cataloguing every volume, never satisfied with his organization system. I believe Father Thomas continues his work, climbing to the library each night, searching for the perfect arrangement he never achieved, unable to rest while his task remains incomplete. Yesterday, I left a message in the library, written on parchment and placed among the manuscripts. Father Thomas, your work is complete. Rest now. This morning, I found a response, written below my message in different hand, old-fashioned script from a century past. 100 years I have climbed these stairs. 100 years I have searched these books. The proper order eludes me still. I cannot rest until all is perfectly arranged. The footsteps continue each night, still climbing, still searching, still unable to find the piece of completion. William Ashby, Estate Manager, Arundel Castle, West Sussex, 13th November 1542. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft Arundel Castle Library was reorganized in 1653 using a new cataloguing system. The footsteps ceased immediately after completion. No sounds occurred for 200 years. When the library was reorganized again in 1854, the footsteps resumed and continue to this day. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. Case file. NOA1638L classification. Tollkeeper's account. Date of statement. 27th August, 1638. Location, London Bridge, London, England. Author, Robert Mason, Bridge Tollkeeper. Account of the woman who jumps I, Robert Mason, Tollkeeper of London Bridge, do account for the woman I see each night. I have collected bridge tolls for 7 years. My station is at the southern end, where travellers pay to cross. I work from dawn until 10 o'clock in the evening. 6 months passed. I was closing my toll booth late. A thick fog had settled over the Thames. Visibility was poor across the bridge. I was counting the day's coins when I heard a cry. A woman's scream piercing the fog. I rushed from my booth onto the bridge. Through the mist, I saw her. A woman in white standing on the bridge rail. She balanced precariously above the dark water below. I shouted for her to stop. I ran toward her as fast as I could. She turned her head to look at me. Her face was pale and desperate. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Then she jumped. I reached the rail seconds too late. I looked down into the churning Thames. The fog was too thick to see the water. I heard no splash. I alerted the river watch immediately. They searched for her body throughout the night. No woman was recovered from the Thames. No report was filed of a missing person. I assumed she had survived somehow. Perhaps swimming to shore in the darkness. But the next evening, she appeared again. Same location on the bridge. Same white dress. Same desperate expression. She climbed onto the rail. I called out to her. She looked at me with those tear-filled eyes and jumped. Again, I heard no splash. Again, no body was found. This has continued every night for 6 months. At precisely 9:30, the woman in white appears on the bridge. She climbs the rail. She looks at me. She jumps. Every single night without fail. I have tried everything to prevent her. I arrive at that spot before 9:30. I stand at the rail waiting for her. She appears anyway, not walking from either end of the bridge, simply materializing at the rail. One moment, the space is empty. The next moment, she stands there in her white dress. I have tried speaking to her gently, reasoning with her, begging her not to jump. She never responds to my words. She simply performs the same action. Climb the rail. Look at me with desperate eyes. Jump. Last week, I attempted to physically restrain her. I grabbed her arm as she climbed the rail. My hand passed through her entirely. She was not solid flesh, just a phantom of white mist in woman's shape. I felt only cold air where her arm should have been. She jumped as always. I consulted the bridge records. 20 years ago, in 1618, a woman drowned near this bridge. Her name was Elizabeth Mason, my own surname. She was my father's sister, an aunt I never knew. Elizabeth had been abandoned by her lover, with child and unmarried. She came to this bridge one evening in despair and threw herself into the Thames. Her body was recovered 3 days later. She was buried in unconsecrated ground, denied Christian burial for the sin of suicide. I believe Elizabeth is trapped in that final moment, reliving her death each night, forever jumping, forever falling, forever denied the peace of acceptance. Yesterday, I brought a priest to the bridge. He agreed to speak prayers at the spot where she jumps, to offer her the blessing she was denied in death. At 9:30, Elizabeth appeared as usual. The priest began his prayers. Elizabeth paused. For the first time, she hesitated before climbing the rail. She turned to look at the priest. Something like hope crossed her features. Then she shook her head sadly and jumped anyway. The priest was shaken by the experience. He said he felt tremendous sorrow emanating from her, a sadness so profound it nearly crushed him. She wants to stop. She wants to rest, but she cannot. She is bound to repeat that jump forever. Each night at 9:30, Elizabeth Mason throws herself from London Bridge into water that accepts her but never grants her peace. Robert Mason, Bridge Toll Keeper. London Bridge, London, 27th August, 1638. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. London Bridge was demolished and rebuilt in 1831. During demolition, workers found bones lodged in the bridge pilings, a woman's skeleton with scraps of white fabric. She was removed and given proper Christian burial. The nightly jumping ceased after her remains were blessed. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. Case file. NOA1713W. Classification. Glassmaker's testament. Date of statement. 9th March 1713. Location, Stourbridge, West Midlands, England. Author, Master Thomas Glass, glassmaker. Testament of the face in the glass. Why, Master Thomas Glass, glassmaker of Stourbridge, do testify about the face that appears in my creations. I have practiced the glassmaker's art for 31 years. My workshop produces fine glass for windows and vessels. I employ 6 apprentices and pride myself on quality work. 2 months past, I began work on a large window commission, 24 panes for a gentleman's manor house, clear glass of the highest quality. I prepared the first pane carefully, heating the mixture to proper temperature, blowing and shaping the molten glass, creating a perfect sheet of transparent clarity. I set it aside to cool overnight. The next morning, I examined the finished pane. It was flawless. But as I held it to the light, I saw something within the glass. A face, suspended in the transparent surface. The features were indistinct, but clearly human. Eyes, nose, mouth, all visible, as if someone's face had been captured in the glass. I turned the pane to different angles. The face remained visible from all directions, not a reflection or trick of light, but something within the glass itself. I thought perhaps impurities had created the illusion. I melted the pane and began again. The second pane showed the same face, more distinct this time. A man's face twisted in what appeared to be agony, his mouth open, as if screaming. I destroyed that pane and tried a third. The face appeared again. Each time I worked glass, the face manifested, growing clearer with each attempt. By the 10th pane, I could see him perfectly. A young man, perhaps 25 years of age, his features contorted in terror, his eyes wide and desperate. I ceased work on the commission. I could not deliver windows containing this horrible visage, but the face now appears in all my glasswork. Bowls, bottles, window panes. Every piece I create holds his trapped face. My apprentices see it too. They refuse to work with glass any longer. All 6 have abandoned their training. I am alone in my workshop now. Still the face appears. I consulted old records of glassmakers in this town. 20 years ago, in 1693, a young apprentice died here. His name was William Ashford. He was working alone late one night. The next morning, his master found the furnace still hot. But William was nowhere to be found. His clothing lay beside the furnace. His tools were neatly arranged, but William himself had vanished completely. The master searched for weeks. No trace was ever discovered. Some whispered that William had fallen into the molten glass, that he had been consumed by the furnace heat, melted and mixed with the glass mixture, becoming one with the material he worked. I believe those whispers were true. William is in the glass, not just one piece, but all glass made in this workshop. His essence has permeated the furnace itself. Everything I create now contains a part of him. His face, trapped for eternity in transparent prison. Yesterday, I saw something new. Not just William's face, but his hands, pressed against the inside surface of a window pane, as if he was pushing against the glass from within, trying to break through. His mouth moved in the glass. I could read his lips. "Let me out. Please let me out." I smashed the pane with a hammer. The glass shattered into hundreds of pieces, but in each fragment I saw William's face. His expression now one of despair. I have closed my workshop. I can no longer practice my trade. Every piece of glass I create is a prison for William's soul. Each window, each bottle, each vessel, all contain fragments of the young man who fell into the furnace, who became glass, who remains glass, unable to escape his transparent tomb. I write this testament as warning. Any glass created in this workshop is cursed. The face appears in all of it. William Ashford watches from every piece, begging to be released, begging to be freed from the glass he has become. Master Thomas Glass, Glassmaker Starbridge, West Midlands, 9th March, 1713. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The workshop furnace was destroyed in 1715. Every piece of glass made there was collected and buried in unconsecrated ground. Visitors to the burial site report seeing faces in the earth itself. Modern Glass analysts found human calcium traces in samples from the workshop period. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. Case file NOA1457K. Classification: Night Watchman's Log. Date of statement: 15th June 1457. Location: Tower of London, London, England. Author: Geoffrey Marsh, Night Watchman, Watchman's Log. Regarding the procession: Why, Geoffrey Marsh, Night Watchman at the Tower of London. Do log the ghostly procession I witness. I have served as watchman for 11 years. My duty is to patrol the tower grounds each night. I walk the walls and check each gate and door. The tower has seen much death in its 300 years. Many have been imprisoned here. Many have been executed here. Their spirits trouble us at night, but none so persistent as the procession. It appears on the anniversary of their deaths, always on the 19th of May. 23 years ago on that date, 3 men were executed, convicted of treason against King Henry IV. They were beheaded on Tower Green, their bodies buried within the chapel. Each year on that date, they walk again. Last night was the anniversary. I was patrolling the outer wall at midnight. I heard singing, a hymn in Latin drifting across the grounds. I looked down into the courtyard. A procession moved across Tower Green. 3 men in white shrouds walked in single file. Each carried his own severed head beneath his arm. The head sang the Latin hymn, the mouths moving in the dead faces, the voices clear and strong. Behind them walked a priest in black robes. He carried a cross and recited prayers. Behind the priest came 20 guards in old armor from the previous century. They carried pikes and torches, though the torch flames cast no light. The entire procession glowed with pale luminescence, as if lit from within by ghostly fire. They processed from the White Tower to the chapel, moving at funeral pace, solemn and measured. I watched from above, frozen in place. The singing continued throughout their walk. Requiem aeternam dona eis, Domine. Grant them eternal rest, O Lord. They reached the chapel door. The door opened, though no hand touched it. The procession filed inside. The singing grew fainter, then ceased entirely. I waited for them to emerge, but they did not. At dawn, I checked the chapel. It was empty and locked as always. No sign of the ghostly procession remained. But I know they will return next year. They have appeared every 19th of May for 23 years. Others have seen them, guards and prisoners alike. All report the same vision. 3 headless men carrying their severed heads, singing their own funeral mass, processing eternally to a burial that brought them no peace. Last night I noticed something new. As the procession passed below me, one of the heads turned. It looked up at me from beneath the man's arm. The dead eyes fixed on mine. The mouth stopped singing. It spoke directly to me. We walk until we are forgiven. How many years must we walk? How many times must we die? I could not answer. The head resumed singing and looked away. The procession continued to the chapel. This morning I consulted the tower records. The 3 executed men were brothers, the Marsh brothers, my own surname. I am descended from their family line. They were my ancestors, executed for treason 4 generations ago. Now they walk each year, perhaps seeking forgiveness from their descendants, perhaps seeking to explain their innocence. I do not know if they were guilty or falsely accused. I know only that they cannot rest. Each year they process to their burial. Each year they sing their requiem. Each year they ask how long they must walk, and each year I have no answer to give them. Geoffrey Marsh, Night Watchman, Tower of London, London, 15th June, 1457. Archive note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The Marsh brothers were posthumously pardoned in 1461 after evidence of their innocence was discovered. The procession appeared once more on May 19th, 1462. Witnesses reported the three men walked to the chapel, carrying their heads as usual. But this time, they entered the chapel and did not emerge. The procession has not been seen since. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. Case file. NOA 1806P. Classification. Railway Engineers Report. Date of statement. 23rd January 1806. Location. Kilsby Tunnel, Northamptonshire, England. Author. Mr. Edward Thornton. Railway Engineer, Engineering. Report on Tunnel Incidents Y. Mr. Edward Thornton. Railway Engineer. Do report the incidents occurring in Kilsby Tunnel. Construction of this railway tunnel began 3 years past. It is to be one of the longest tunnels in England. 1 mile and 40 yards beneath the earth. We employ 300 men working day and night. The tunnel has been plagued by difficulties from the beginning. Unexpected water required new pumping engines. Unstable soil caused several collapses. 17 men have died during construction. But death is not the worst of our problems. The survivors report seeing the dead men still working. At first, I dismissed this as grief and exhaustion. Men working long hours in darkness see many things. But the reports were too consistent to ignore. 20 different workers described the same phenomenon. Dead men continuing their labor in the tunnel. I decided to investigate personally. Last week, I descended into the tunnel at midnight. The night shift was not yet due to begin. The tunnel was empty of living workers. I carried a bright lantern to light my way. The tunnel stretched ahead into darkness. Water dripped constantly from the ceiling. My footsteps echoed on the wet stone. I walked a quarter-mile into the earth. Then I heard them. Pickaxes striking stone. The sound of men at work. I called out, thinking the night shift had started early. No response came, but the sounds of work continued. I moved toward the noise. My lantern illuminated the tunnel ahead. I saw them. Men swinging pickaxes, men hauling carts of stone, men working exactly as they had in life. But these men were not solid. I could see through them. They glowed with faint phosphorescence, like swamp gas given human shape. I recognized several faces. Thomas Reed, crushed by falling stone 3 months ago. James White, drowned when we hit the underground spring. Samuel Cord, who died from tunnel fever last year, all working as if they had never left. I approached Thomas Reed cautiously. He swung his pickaxe at the tunnel wall. The tool passed through solid stone without effect. Yet I heard the impact clearly, heard the stone crack and fall, but when I examined the wall, it was undisturbed. "Thomas," I called to him, "you need not work any longer." He did not acknowledge my voice, simply continued his labor, swinging the ghostly pickaxe eternally. I tried speaking to each of the dead workers. None responded to their names. None paused in their efforts. They were trapped in the motions of work, repeating the same actions they had performed in life, unable to stop, unable to rest. I returned to the surface shaken. I reported my findings to the railway company. They demanded I say nothing publicly. Such reports would frighten the living workers. might cause the entire project to be abandoned. But I cannot stay silent. Every night, the dead men return to their positions. They work through the darkness, always in the same sections where they died. The living workers hear them constantly. Pickaxes ringing in empty tunnels, cartwheels creaking with no visible cargo, voices calling to each other in the darkness. Yesterday, a living worker named John Price reported something worse. He was working alone in a side gallery. A dead man appeared beside him, Samuel Cord, who died from fever. Samuel spoke to John for the first time. "You will join us soon," Samuel said. "The tunnel takes us all eventually. We can never leave this place. We will dig here forever." John fled immediately and refuses to return. I fear Samuel spoke truth. This tunnel has consumed 17 men already. How many more will die before completion? How many more will be trapped in eternal labor? I have recommended we abandon the project. The company refuses. Too much money has been invested. Too much progress has been made. The tunnel will be completed regardless of cost, even if that cost is measured in souls. Trapped forever beneath the earth. Forever digging, forever working, never free. Mr. Edward Thornton, railway engineer, Kilsby Tunnel, Northamptonshire. 23rd January, 1806. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. Kilsby Tunnel, opened in 1838. 26 men died during construction. Modern. Railway workers report hearing pickaxes and voices in the tunnel, especially near the sites of fatal accidents. Trains passing through occasionally record unexplained sounds of construction work beneath the wheels. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. Case file NOA 1594V. Classification. Baker's statement. Date of statement 19th October 1594. Location York, North Yorkshire, England. Author Richard Parker. Baker statement regarding the bread that returns. I, Richard Parker, baker of York, do state the peculiar case of bread that will not stay sold. I have operated my bakery for 16 years. My shop stands on Stonegate near the Minster. I bake bread fresh each morning for the city. My loaves are known for their quality. Last month, a poor woman came to my shop. She was thin and pale, with desperation in her eyes. She begged for bread to feed her children. I gave her a fresh loaf without charge. She thanked me with tears and departed. The next morning, that same loaf sat on my counter, exactly where I give out the daily baking. I recognized it by a distinctive mark in the crust. I thought perhaps the woman had returned it, feeling guilty for accepting charity, but my apprentice said no one had entered before I arrived. The bread had simply appeared on the counter. I took the loaf home that evening. I placed it in my own kitchen. By morning, it had returned to the shop, sitting in the exact same spot on my counter. I tried everything to keep that loaf away. I locked it in a chest. It reappeared on the counter. I buried it in my garden. It returned by dawn. I threw it in the river. It was back the next morning, dry and unchanged. The loaf will not be destroyed or kept away. It always returns to my shop counter. Always dry, never mouldy or stale. Preserved perfectly despite being weeks old. Yesterday, I learned the poor woman's fate. She died 3 days after receiving my bread. She and her 3 children, all starved to death in their hovel. The bread I gave her was not enough. Perhaps she sold it for medicine or firewood. Perhaps it was stolen before she could eat it. I do not know. I know only that she died hungry, And now my bread returns each day, the loaf she needed but could not keep, coming back to my shop, a reminder of charity given too late, or perhaps too little. Today I saw her, the poor woman, standing outside my shop in the early morning. She looked through my window at the returned loaf. Her face held such longing, such terrible hunger. I opened the door to give her the bread. She vanished immediately, but the loaf remained on my counter. I understand now. She is still hungry. She will always be hungry. And that bread she could not keep in life. The bread that did not save her. Returns each day to remind me, some gifts come too late to matter. Some charity cannot undo the damage of neglect. I give away twice as much bread now to anyone who appears in need. I refuse no one, no matter how poor, but that original loaf still returns, every single morning, sitting on my counter, unchanged and uneaten. A permanent reminder that hunger does not end with death. Richard Parker, Baker York, North Yorkshire, 19th October, 1594. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft Parker's bakery operated until 1623. The return loaf was documented by multiple witnesses. After Parker's death, his son continued giving bread freely to the poor. The loaf finally ceased appearing in 1625. Modern visitors to the site report smelling fresh bread in the empty building. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. Case file NOA 1729H. Classification: Gardener's record. Date of statement: 8th April 1729. Location: Hampton Court Palace, Surrey, England. Author: James Morton. Head Gardener. Record of the Maze Walker Ward: James Morton, Head Gardener of Hampton Court. Do record the figure who walks our maze. I have tended these palace grounds for 22 years. The famous hedge maze is under my care. It was planted 40 years ago for King William. The paths twist and turn through high hedges. Visitors often become lost within its walls. 3 months past, I was trimming the maze hedges at dusk. The palace visitors had all departed. I worked alone in the fading light. I heard footsteps on the gravel paths. Someone was walking through the maze. I called out that we were closed for the evening. The footsteps continued without pause. I followed the sound, trying to locate the trespasser. The maze's confusing paths make this difficult. I turned one corner and then another. Always the footsteps stayed just ahead of me. After 10 minutes of pursuit, I reached the maze center, the circular clearing at the heart of the labyrinth. A figure stood there with their back to me, a woman in a green velvet gown. The style was from King William's time, decades out of fashion now. "Madam," I called, "the maze is closed. You must leave immediately." She did not turn or respond, simply stood motionless in the center. I approached her more closely. "Madam, did you hear me?" She turned slowly to face me. Where her face should have been was only shadow, a darkness that held no features. Yet I knew she was looking at me, staring from that terrible emptiness. I stumbled backward in shock. She began walking toward me, not quickly, but with measured steps. I turned and ran. The maze paths that I know perfectly confused me. I took wrong turn after wrong turn. The hedges seemed to shift around me. Paths I knew by heart led to dead ends. Behind me, her footsteps followed steadily, never running, never hurrying, simply walking at that same deliberate pace. I heard no breathing, just footsteps on gravel, coming closer, always closer. I burst from the maze entrance after 15 minutes of terror. I did not look back. The next morning, I found footprints in the maze center. Small footprints from women's shoes. They walked in circles around the clearing. Round and round the same spot. 50 times at least, judging by the worn gravel. Then they led to the edge of the maze and vanished at the hedge wall, not exiting through any path, simply ending at the solid hedge, as if she had walked through the branches. I have seen her 5 times since, always at dusk, always in the maze, sometimes at the center, sometimes walking the paths, always with that shadow where her face should be. Other gardeners have reported her as well. All describe the same figure. Green velvet gown, faceless shadow, walking steadily through the maze. I consulted the palace historian. In 1689, a lady in waiting disappeared, Lady Catherine Grey. She was last seen entering the maze. Search parties found no trace of her. The maze was new then. Not all paths were clearly marked. Some theorized she became lost, that she died of exposure in the maze overnight, but her body was never discovered. I believe Lady Catherine still walks those paths, still lost in the labyrinth, still searching for the exit, forever trapped in green hedges, forever walking, never finding her way free. Yesterday, something new occurred. I found words scratched into the gravel. At the maze center where she walks circles, scratched with a stick or finger. Which way out? The same question written 50 times, overlapping and frantic. Which way out? Which way out? Which way out? I cannot answer her. The exit she seeks is not in this world. She must find another path. A path beyond the maze of hedges, beyond the maze of life. But she walks still, searching, always searching. James Morton, Head Gardener. Hampton Court Palace, Surrey, 8th April, 1729. Archive note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Hampton Court. Maze has been renovated several times. During each renovation, workers report a woman in green watching them. Lady Catherine Grey's remains were discovered in 1891, buried beneath the maze center. After proper burial, sightings decreased but continued. Visitors still report a figure in the maze at dusk. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. Case file NOA 1671B. Classification: Vicar's Testament. Date of statement: 1st November, 1671. Location: Whitby, North Yorkshire, England. Author: Reverend John Ashford. Testament of the Ship of the Dead. Reverend John Ashford, Vicar of Whitby Parish, do testify about the phantom ship. Our town sits upon the North Sea coast. Fishing is the livelihood of most families here. We know the sea well, both its bounty and its cruelty. Each year, the sea claims lives. Fishermen lost to storms. Sailors drowned in shipwrecks. Such is the cost of living by the ocean. But some vessels never rest upon the seabed. Some continue sailing long after they should have sunk. The ship I speak of appears each All Hallows Eve, as it did last night. I was walking the cliff-top path at sunset. The sea below was calm and grey. Fog rolled in from the east. Through the fog, I saw a ship, a vessel of ancient design, with square sails and high stern castle, a style not built for 200 years. The ship moved through the water without wind. Its sails hung limp and motionless, yet it glided steadily toward our harbour. I watched it approach with growing unease. Something about the vessel felt wrong. I hurried down to the harbour to alert the fishermen. By the time I arrived, others had seen it too. 20 townspeople stood on the dock, all watching the phantom ship enter our harbour. It made no sound as it moved, no splash of bow wave, no creak of timber, just silent progress through still water. As it drew closer, I saw the crew, men standing at the rail, men climbing the rigging, men on deck going about ship duties, all dressed in clothing from centuries past, all moving in the choreography of sailors at work. But no sound came from them, no voices calling, no footsteps on deck. The ship glided to the dock. It should have struck the pier with force. Instead, it stopped inches away, hovering motionless beside the pilings. We stood frozen on the dock. The crew stood frozen on the deck. Dead men and living men staring at each other, separated by a gap of mere feet, and by the unbridgeable gap of death. I saw their faces clearly, pale and drawn, eyes hollow and sunken. Some had wounds visible on their bodies, sword cuts, burn marks, injuries that had killed them long ago. One sailor at the rail looked directly at me. His throat was cut from ear to ear. The wound gaped open, black and bloodless. He opened his mouth to speak. No sound emerged, but I read his lips clearly. We cannot make port. We sail forever. The ship began to move again, drawing away from the dock without effort. The crew remained at their stations, forever performing their duties, forever sailing, never reaching any destination. The ship glided back out to sea. The fog swallowed it within moments. We stood on the dock until full darkness fell. The phantom ship did not return. I consulted old parish records this morning. In 1471, exactly 200 years past, a ship was lost. The Mary of Whitby. She departed with a crew of 40 men, bound for Norway with a cargo of wool. A storm struck 3 days out. The ship was driven against the rocks. No survivors, no bodies recovered. The Mary was lost with all hands, but she returns each All Hallows Eve, attempting to make port, attempting to complete a voyage that ended 2 centuries ago. Her crew still at their positions, still working their vessel, still trying to bring her home, forever denied the harbour they seek. I asked the oldest fishermen if they had seen her before. All confirmed the sighting. She appears every All Hallows Eve, always at sunset, always entering the harbour, always departing unfulfilled. One ancient sailor told me his grandfather had seen the Mary, and his great-grandfather before that. For 200 years she has tried to reach our dock. For 200 years she has failed. The dead crew cannot complete their journey, cannot deliver their cargo, cannot return to their families. They sail eternal seas, forever approaching home, forever denied arrival. Reverend John Ashford Whitby, North Yorkshire, 1st November 1671. Archive note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The Mary of Whitby continues to appear each All Hallows Eve. Modern photographs capture a vessel matching the ship's description. Attempts to reach the phantom ship by boat have failed. It disappears when approached. The 40 crew members remain visible at their stations, still trying to reach port. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. Case file. NOA 1818F. Classification. Factory Owner's Report. Date of statement. 12th July, 1818. Location, Manchester, Lancashire, England. Author, Mr. William Thornton, factory owner. Report on the child workers who remain. I, Mr. William Thornton, owner of Thornton Cotton Mill, do report the continued presence of former workers. My mill has operated for 12 years. We employ 130 workers. Many are children from the parish workhouse. They operate the spinning machines from dawn to dark. The work is hard but necessary. These children would starve without employment. Last year, an accident occurred. A young girl named Sarah Webb caught her hand in a machine. She was pulled into the gears before anyone could stop the mechanism. She died instantly. A terrible tragedy, but not uncommon in our industry. We buried her in the parish cemetery. The mill operated without pause. 1 month after Sarah's death, workers reported seeing her, standing at her former machine, a child's ghost operating phantom equipment. I dismissed this as grief and guilt, but the reports continued. Multiple workers described identical sightings. Sarah in her work dress, standing at the spinning frame, going through the motions of work. I investigated personally. Last week, I entered the mill before dawn. The machines stood silent and still, but I heard them running. The distinct sound of spinning frames in operation, bobbins turning, gears meshing, cotton thread running through guides, all the sounds of production. Yet the machines were motionless. Then I saw her, Sarah Webb, standing at her station. Her hands moved with practiced precision, loading cotton, adjusting thread, removing full bobbins, all the tasks she had performed in life. But the machine beneath her hands remained still. She worked phantom equipment, operating machinery only she could see. I approached her slowly. "Sarah," I said gently, "you need not work anymore." She did not acknowledge my presence, simply continued her labor, her small hands moving constantly. I reached out to touch her shoulder. My hand passed through empty air. She was not substantial, just the memory of a worker, the ghost of child labor, forever at her station. I left the mill disturbed, but worse revelations came. My foreman reported seeing other children, not just Sarah, but 4 more, all children who had died in mill accidents over the 12 years of operation, all standing at their former machines, all working phantom shifts. I cannot see these others myself. Only Sarah appears to me, but the workers see them clearly. 5 child ghosts among the living workers, operating invisible machines, producing phantom cotton, working eternal shifts. Yesterday, I attempted to address this. I stopped all machines at noon. I gathered the workers and spoke to them. I acknowledged the deaths. I offered prayers for the dead children. I pleaded with their spirits to rest. During my speech, I watched Sarah. She continued working through my words, never pausing, never looking up. When I finished, she remained at her station. The other workers reported the same. All 5 ghost children stayed at their machines. They will not stop working. They know nothing but the mill. Their short lives were consumed by labor. Their deaths occurred at their stations. Now their spirits cannot imagine existence beyond this place, cannot conceive of rest after endless work. I have considered closing the mill, but that would put 130 living workers in the street, would create more poverty and death. So the mill continues, living and dead working side by side. The ghost children keep their stations, forever spinning, forever laboring, forever trapped in the work that killed them. Mr. William Thornton, factory owner, Manchester, Lancashire, 12th July, 1818. Archive note: Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft, Thornton Cotton Mill, operated until 1847. Total deaths during operation: 37 workers, 19 of them children. The building was demolished in 1851. Workers during demolition reported seeing dozens of child ghosts standing at positions where machines once stood. All remained working until the final wall fell. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. Case file NOA 152-6R. Classification: Priest's confession. Date of statement: 28th December 1526. Location: Canterbury Cathedral, Kent, England. Author: Father Michael Weston. Confession regarding the Latin Mass. I, Father Michael Weston, priest of Canterbury Cathedral, do confess what occurred during midnight Mass. I was assigned to celebrate Mass in the crypt chapel, a private Mass requested by a noble family. They wished prayers said for their deceased son. I prepared the altar and vestments. The family arrived at midnight as arranged. Lord and Lady Hertford, with their 3 daughters. They knelt in the front pew. I began the Mass in Latin. In nomine Patris, et Filii, et Spiritus Sancti. In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. As I spoke these words, I heard an echo, another voice speaking in unison with mine, the same Latin words, but in a voice not my own. I paused briefly, confused. The family showed no reaction. I continued with the Mass. Introibo ad altare Dei. I will go unto the altar of God. Again the echo came, perfectly synchronized with my words, speaking the same Latin phrases. I looked around the crypt. No one was visible except the family. Yet the second voice persisted. It came from behind the altar, from the shadows near the far wall. I continued the Mass, growing increasingly unnerved. Every Latin phrase I spoke was echoed, every prayer duplicated, as if someone else celebrated Mass alongside me. When I reached the consecration, the crucial moment, I stopped. The words to transform bread and wine into body and blood. These words must be spoken by an ordained priest. I hesitated. The second voice continued without me. Hoc est enim corpus meum. For this is my body. Hic est enim calix sanguinis mei. For this is the chalice of my blood. The words were spoken with my voice, but I had not uttered them. I watched in horror as the chalice on the altar moved. It lifted into the air, as if held by invisible hands. The consecration continued without me. All the sacred words spoken by the phantom voice. The chalice tilted as if someone drank from it. Then it settled back onto the altar. I stood paralyzed. The Mass continued around me, conducted by an invisible priest, using my voice but not my will. The family remained kneeling throughout, apparently unaware anything was amiss. The Mass concluded with the final blessing. Aite missa est. Go, the Mass is ended. The phantom voice spoke these final words, then fell silent. The Hertford family rose and thanked me warmly. They departed satisfied their prayers had been said. I remained alone in the crypt, shaking with confusion and fear. I have celebrated Mass hundreds of times. Never has such a thing occurred. I reported this to the Archbishop immediately. He listened gravely to my account. Then he showed me old cathedral records. In 1326, exactly 200 years past, a priest named Father Edmund served here. Father Edmund died while celebrating midnight Mass in this same crypt. He collapsed during the consecration. The Mass was left incomplete. He died with the sacred words unfinished on his lips. The Archbishop believes Father Edmund still completes that Mass, still speaks the words he could not finish, using whatever living priest is present, borrowing their voice to complete his final duty. I have been assigned other duties now. I will never celebrate Mass in that crypt again. But I'm told Father Edmund continues his work. Other priests report the same phenomenon, the phantom voice speaking Latin alongside them, the invisible hands manipulating sacred vessels, an eternal Mass celebrated by a dead priest, who cannot rest until his final duty is complete. But that completion never comes, for the Mass begins again each time, forever repeating, forever incomplete. Father Michael Weston, Canterbury Cathedral, Kent 28th. December 1526, archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The crypt chapel was sealed in 1540 during the Reformation. Masses ceased being celebrated there. Workers who entered during later renovation reported hearing Latin phrases echoing in the empty space. The chapel remains closed to services. The Phantom Mass reportedly continues in darkness. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. Case file NOA 1792N. Classification: Coachman's account. Date of statement: 11th February 1792. Location: Hounslow Heath, Middlesex, England. Author: William Drake, coachman. Account of the highwayman's pursuit. Why? William Drake, coachman on the London road. Do account for the phantom highwayman. I have driven coaches for 18 years. My route crosses Hounslow Heath nightly. It is dangerous country known for robbers. 14 miles of open land between towns. No houses or sanctuary. Travellers are vulnerable to attack. Many highwaymen have operated here. Many have been caught and hanged. Their bodies displayed on gibbets as warning. 1 month ago, I was driving the evening mail coach. 4 passengers inside. I sat atop guiding the horses. We entered Hounslow Heath at 8 o'clock. The moon was bright, offering good visibility. Halfway across the heath, I heard hoofbeats behind us. A single rider approaching fast. I urged my horses to greater speed, assuming it was a highwayman in pursuit. But my coach horses could not outrun the follower. The hoofbeats drew closer, closer. The rider pulled alongside my coach. I turned to look at him. He wore the traditional highwayman's garb, black coat and tricorn hat, face covered by a mask. But his horse was skeletal. I could see its ribs clearly. Its eyes glowed red in the moonlight. The rider leveled a pistol at me. "Stand and deliver," he shouted. I pulled the reins, stopping my coach. The passengers inside called out in fear. The highwayman rode to my window. He demanded valuables from the passengers. They handed over purses and jewelry through the window. He collected everything in his saddlebag. Then he looked at me directly. "Your watch," he demanded. I removed my pocket watch and gave it to him. His gloved hand took it from me. His touch was cold beyond any living thing. He examined the watch in the moonlight. Then he looked at me again. "This is insufficient payment," he said. "You owe me more." I protested I had nothing else of value. He smiled beneath his mask. "Then you owe me a life," he said, "and I will collect." He spurred his skeletal horse. They galloped away across the heath, vanishing into darkness. I searched for the valuables he had taken. They had all dropped to the ground. Purses, jewelry, my watch, all lying in the dirt where he had vanished, as if he could not carry them away. The passengers retrieved their property. We continued to London shaken but unharmed. I reported the robbery to the authorities. They showed me wanted posters of local highwaymen. None matched my description. Then they showed me something else. A drawing from 30 years ago of a highwayman named Black Jack Drake. He had operated on Hounslow Heath. He had robbed hundreds of coaches until he was caught and hanged in 1762. The drawing matched the man I had seen exactly. Same coat, same mask, same manner of speech. The authorities suggested I had seen a copycat, but I know better. Black Jack Drake was my grandfather. I share his name, his blood. I drive the same route he once terrorized. He said I owed him a life. Now he appears every time I cross the heath, always at the same location, always making the same demand. Stand and deliver. I stop the coach. He takes valuables from my passengers. He cannot carry them away. They fall to the ground as he vanishes. He claims I owe him more, that a debt exists between us, a debt that must be paid. Last night, he spoke differently. Soon, he said, soon you will cross from your side to mine. Then the debt will be settled. I do not know what he means, but I feel death approaching. My grandfather rides to collect me, to bring me to his side of the veil, where I will ride with him forever. Highwayman in death as we were related in life. William Drake, Coachman, Hounslow Heath, Middlesex, 11th February, 1792. Archive note, Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. William Drake died on Hounslow Heath 3 weeks after this account. His coach overturned under mysterious circumstances. No cause was determined. Witnesses reported seeing 2 riders on skeletal horses disappearing across the heath. Modern drivers still report phantom highwaymen on that stretch of road. End of file. Proceeding to next recovered document. Case file. NOA 1645S classification. Quarry foreman's report. Date of statement, 7th September, 1645. Location, Portland, Dorset, England. Author, Thomas Stone, quarry foreman. Report of the voices in the stone are Thomas Stone. Foreman of Portland Quarry. Do report the voices we hear in the stone. I have worked these quarries for 24 years. We extract limestone for building throughout England. The stone is of highest quality. Churches and palaces are built from Portland limestone. My crew consists of 32 quarrymen. We work from dawn to dusk cutting stone from the earth. The work is backbreaking but honest. 3 weeks past, we opened a new section. Deep into the limestone bed. Stone that had been undisturbed for ages. As we cut into this ancient rock, we heard something. Voices, coming from within the solid stone itself. Not echoes of our own words, but new voices, speaking words we could not understand. At first, only one man heard them. Michael Ash, working alone in the deep cut. He reported voices whispering from the stone face. I thought perhaps he had hit his head. Quarry work can cause injuries. But the next day, 3 more men heard them, all in the same section, all describing identical phenomena, whispers emanating from solid rock. I descended into the cut to investigate. The quarry wall rose 30 feet above me. Fresh stone showed where we had been cutting. I placed my ear against the limestone. At first, I heard nothing unusual, just the normal silence of stone. Then I heard them, faint voices deep within the rock, multiple voices overlapping, speaking in a language I did not recognize, not English or Latin or any tongue I knew. The voices rose and fell like a distant conversation, as if people were trapped inside the stone, speaking to each other. Unaware we could hear them, I pulled away in shock. My men watched me anxiously. "You hear them too?" Michael asked. I nodded, unable to speak. We attempted to continue working, but the voices grew louder as we cut deeper, more distinct, more desperate. They seemed to be calling to us, begging for something. Release perhaps, or warning us away. We could not tell which. Yesterday, one of the voices spoke English, just one word, clear as day. Stop. All 32 men heard it simultaneously. The word echoed through the quarry. Stop. We ceased work immediately. The voices continued in their strange language, but that one English word was not repeated. I have suspended operations in that section. I consulted a scholar about the strange language. He listened to my description of the sounds. He believes it might be an ancient British tongue, from before the Romans came. A language dead for over 1,000 years. Perhaps we have cut into a burial site. Perhaps the stone contains the dead. Their voices somehow preserved in the limestone, speaking still after centuries, calling to us from their stone prison. This morning I returned to the site alone. I placed my hands on the freshly cut stone. I felt vibration. The rock was humming, a low frequency I felt rather than heard, like many voices speaking at once, all trapped together, all crying out, all unable to escape the stone that holds them. I have ordered the section sealed. No more cutting will occur there. Whatever lies within that stone must remain. We will quarry elsewhere. Let the ancient voices keep their secrets. Let them speak to each other in the darkness, forever bound in limestone, forever whispering in tongues only they understand. Thomas Stone, Quarry Foreman, Portland, Dorset, 7th September, 1645. Archive note. Dr. Nathaniel Ashcroft. The sealed quarry section was opened in 1891 for archaeology. A mass burial was discovered within the limestone. Over 100 skeletons from the pre-Roman period. The quarry was immediately resealed. Workers who entered reported hearing the voices clearly. Modern acoustic analysis detected frequencies emanating from the stone with no natural source. End of file. Case closed to public record. The original document remains sealed within the vaults of the British Museum. The NOA archive remains committed to documenting phenomena that defy conventional understanding. These cases are submitted for academic review and further investigation. Further access requires written authorization or curiosity strong enough to ignore the warnings. Until next time. These are the National Occult Archives.